sign booted up here. And then boot up the Rumble sign. And hope for the best. Yeah, sorry I'm late today, guys. Like, this winter has been just brutal on my circadian rhythm. Like, it's like really overcast, cloudy, and dark. And so I just don't, my brain just doesn't like realize the time, nor does the cat. The cat, I've been relying on the cat for the last 2 years to wake me up. And she did, like, she usually wakes me up at like 9:30, 10 o'clock. And that's fine. Because I usually don't go to bed until like 2 or 2 in the morning. So, but lately, like, I even went to bed early last night. Quote unquote earlier than I usually do. And yeah, she's like on the ball. But it's a little cold in here, so she'll be back. But yeah, it's like gloomy. It's like dark and gloomy outside, so my body just doesn't register what time it is. And it's been just worse this winter than usual. Yeah, anyway, here we are, ready to jump into it. As you can see, I've done a little bit of work on the build here. Just trying to get, some floor space to do some things and stuff. I hate when people build in this game and they build like artificially tiny little buildings, and they're like, "Oh, this will be enough room," and then they end up jamming their build and having like these crazy, compact, nearly impossible to fix sort of builds. And it's just like, why do you build that small? Like, you got millions of blocks in space. There's no reason to build like this tiny little build. Other than artificially kind of trying to challenge yourself in, the worst game of Tetris ever. But anyway, there's a few things. There's a reason I wanted to get into Create finally today. For one, everybody, it's a fad. Everybody's doing it. So, I kind of want to hop on that bandwagon. And we had a train running. Look at that, it's a train. That's courtesy of Vejas, by the way. That's the one in the thumbnail. So I'm working on this. I'm working on this tower here, and there's a lot of blocks. There's all these tough blocks behind here that are all textured and stuff. And I do have the resource pack on the server that Foxy made that allows you to craft the chipped variants in the Create like sawmill thing, right? So you can actually, automate basically the chipped blocks. Now, when he made it, he basically told everybody like he's not planning to maintain it or update it or anything like that. So kind of it is what it is. But it does work. They are in there, and I want a way, because there's the way that I've been building. I've kind of gotten into a pattern, right? With nine squares on my hotbar, and with the infinity wand that allows you to place random blocks, right? It just randomizes whatever's on your hotbar, which is a pretty common thing. The trowel from Quark does the same thing. So it picks whatever you put on your hotbar, and you could mix and match. You could have every block be different. You could have 5 stacks of one type and then some other types, and it would obviously favor the one type because it picks at random. So there would be, if five are the same, then it's going to be the same. But I'm really liking this version, or this way of texturing. I've always And in previous builds, it's always been frustrating when I have like a nice build, like my cathedral or something like that, and the mono texture on like walls and floors and stuff. The mono texture, it's just I just don't like it. Right, your eyes, you just see this bland repeating texture, and it's annoying. So the same is true with the facade here of the tower is all this dark brick. Now I don't know. There's probably a few other versions. There's probably a few options that we could go for. The other caveat is the pure BD Craft texture pack that I'm using, right, doesn't apply to the chipped textures. So, if you have, this is a good example, this building over here, right? These are all like spruce, but the pure BD, the regular spruce, sticks out like crazy because these are two different texture packs. This is like vanilla chipped, and this is a pure BD Craft. And there's an issue with like the pure BD Craft and the framed blocks. So when it comes to like main builds, I'm shying away from using the pure BD Craft like base game texture because it just sticks out too much. The floor in there is another good example. Like you can see, it just doesn't it doesn't meld very well. It sticks out pretty good. Now I don't know. I think Vejas was using the grunge version. It was more like gritty and realistic as far as the texturing goes, but I don't know how well that blends in with the chipped as well. It might not work either. So, and I've been using the Pure BD Craft texture pack for literally like 10 years. Like it's like as soon as I found it, I've been using it, and I've been using it ever since. Realistic textures or realistic things that I play Vintage Story for that. Minecraft is for me is more about, I don't know, a game rather than trying to be realistic. Okay, so yeah, I want to get a system. I want to get into Create, learn a little bit. I've watched enough videos, Foxy and Beardstone and Speeve, and I know Create. Like I know it. I've just never done it. I've never built a Create setup, and I want to do that today. And yeah, so I want to be able to take, I was originally saying, you have 8 different textures, 8 different block textures in your hotbar, right? And so if we look at my backpack here, you can see that I've got a collection of block types, right? You've got the packed mud, you've got the bricks, you've got stone, you've got stone, you've got black stone, here's the andesite, and then some tuff. And each one of these is like a set of 8 blocks, right? Some of them aren't because they were used in other places, like the ceiling there. But normally it's just 8. I have a set of 8 blocks that the textures are not too against one another. They will blend well. You could use the blackstone variants to make like a street, like an asphalt street if you wanted to. That would be more probably, that would be like vastly more like eroded blackstone and then other things. But the other thing is blackstone itself, I've been making this, and I started, we had like 8,000 something blackstone in the system. And after I finished what you see there, after I finished that, we had like 3,500 left. I was like, oh man, like I used, and this thing is going to be a little taller. I was like, I used a lot of blackstone just in this. And I also want to plan on using the schematic cannon and duplicating the face and all the way around. I did go out mining in the Nether manually. I know, manually mining, like what's become of my life. And I did get a bunch more blackstone. I basically just targeted blackstone. I angered a whole lot of those piglin things in the I was basically mining their fortress out. They were not happy about that at all. Um, but they burned in the fires of the lava, which is, I mean, that's just. So there's a way with create to make blackstone. Somewhere in here, haunting. You haunt cobble, and it makes blackstone, and that's a pretty simple thing. So I need to kind of work up, get some crafts going. Last night I was looking at the assembly line crafting mechanics of create. Namely like the track, right? These here, recipe sequence. There's 44 pages of recipe sequence. Most of these are the track. I'm going to be honest with you. Most of these actually make track or these conductors caps. So not really something, not a lot of different pages. All of the track are basically the same. You saw, you slap on a thing, and it is what it is. But there's a few in here that are vastly different. Namely, like the precision mechanisms. Here's one for sturdy sheets. And the thing about these is, I was sitting here studying some of these and just taking sort of mental notes. There's really no way that I could think of. I wish there was not as many pieces of track. Why do we need 50 different track variants? Why? Railroad track is not that interesting, people. Go out and look at it sometime. But like, there's like some the factory must grow has some crazy like lubricant and screwdrivers and oh my god, like, and they're all different. That's the thing. This is the thing with this process is all of these lines are different. So depending on what you're wanting to make, some of these are going to be used and some of these are going to have to be swapped. There's some pokey hands, there's some slammers here. There's some squirters that squirt like lube on it. It's all like every one of these is different. And then the ingredients are vastly different. So there's not a single solution that we could build that would just dynamically, like using AE, if I fired off a craft, there's no way to like fire off a craft and have the thing work. It would be a line that's just dedicated to that. The same is true with the crafters, the mechanical crafters. There's 3,300 pages of ones here, but all of the regular crafting recipes work with these basically. So cat must have pooped. She's got the zoomies. So it's going to be kind of hard to go through all of these. So I won't do that. But there's a few recipes for these that are like really big. So if we go like motor, the electric motor, for example, right? This is a really specific pattern, a really specific pattern, and a really specific thing that it crafts. And this does not share with anything. Electric motor, let's look at alternator. All right, so you can kind of get a see of this, an alternator of this is a similar pattern. So we could, depending on if we're making an alternator or a motor, we could use the same pattern. But again, this pattern probably wouldn't be used because let's say we're trying to automate this with AE and basically maybe some laser IO. So you instigate a craft and it dumps all of the ingredients into a chest. And then from that chest, you have to place each ingredient in the proper crafter. Now you can kind of do that with the arms of Create. You can just have it put a piece, whatever in the places. I don't know if you can filter. You can filter these.
Filter the arms.
Yeah, you can filter. And then you can filter the back end of the crafters with the brass thingies, the funnels. So there is a way to filter everything, but I'm gonna try to find a blend of Create and AE and whatever else I can think of to try to make something optimized, because where Create can cause problems on your worlds is needing a lot of the blocks ticking all the time, right? Conveyor belts being the most egregious offender is if you have a conveyor belt and it's just loaded full of crap and it's just sitting there. That's each one of those blocks of conveyor belt is ticking every tick, right? They're trying to do something. So if you can find a way to integrate like an AE system, or even like little things like maybe mechanism, logistics controllers. A lot of people, including like Foxy, use storage drawers and basically like little networks of storage drawers to move things around. Because as cool as Create is, and as cool as it like looks, it can destroy your game. It can destroy your world. Massively bad. And there are some add-ons that are even more egregious than regular Create. The ones that Speeve uses with like the ships and the literally like ballast floating mechanics where you have weight, it calculates the weight of a ship and its buoyancy, and oh my god. Like, can imagine the amount of overhead that is needed for that to actually work. It looks cool. It looks really cool. Don't get me wrong. But if they could find a way to do that was not crushing on a computer, then that would be great. So yeah, I don't really want to start with much of anything. Getting into Create, I think that because there's a couple things in the AE system. I'm gonna steal this wrench though. That's one thing I'm gonna do. I've got a few things automated. In the AE system already. Anything with a star in here. So I did some copycat stuff for the build. A lot of these like industrial catwalk stairs. These are all just sawmill or saw table recipes. Like you put a couple ingots in and you get them out. Really easy to automate. Same with the industrial iron. Stone cutting, yeah. Iron ingot makes 2 blocks. Like, okay, that's fine. So those are automated. The girders, I'm pretty sure the girders are automated because they're just cool. But yeah, I kind of want to ignore the fact that there's drills and all this kind of stuff in here because I don't want to start from that point. So I think the very first thing we want to do is we want to get some andesite, and I'm gonna put some gubbins away. and I hope... Oh, good. I can actually open. I can actually open the thing. Oh yeah, the other thing I want to cover really quick. So I've attempted to rebalance the void miners. The last update, like, radically increased the cost of the void miners, but I think there's a problem. I misunderstood how it. God, I keep redlining my microphone. I look over and it's like redline. Limiter. I don't even know what to edit. I'm gonna maybe take this down a little bit. Threshold. I don't know. I don't know what the threshold does, but I'm gonna remove that down anyway. Just let me know if it's too much. Or just, raise the raise the volume of the video. But yeah, this is the top tier Rosarium miner. This thing is beastly. But what I noticed, this is a little tangent. As you can see, we have an unholy amount of ore in here. And remember, last time, I literally had to cheat a couple stacks of this level, right? Because it was like 3 days that we were on this level, and I was like, we hadn't gotten enough of this to go the Mark IIs yet. And I was like, I just have to do this. It's been 3 days, right? So I got that. Well, I discovered, I don't know if this is a bug or just how it works. There's very little information out there. And I actually, believe it or not, I went through the code of the feature to try to find where might it go wrong. Because once you get to the Mark IIs, and this is the thing that went in the last 4 days, we went from having a single Mark II, because I cheated in a couple stacks, to being able to build hundreds of Mark 8s in just 4 days. We went from there over to here. I didn't cheat anything else in. This is all progression, right? Is when you include an item upgrade, an item modifier. Let's look at void. And we look at all of these. So there's an energy modifier, there's a frame, and then there's an item modifier. When you include even a single item modifier, right? Instead of getting what you would think, in my mind, you build one of these and you get one ore, every, occasion. I'm going to pause my live stream because I don't want my live stream. So you get one ore every duration ticks, right? And the duration, as you go up in tier, the duration drops. And I even rebalanced all of that. Because in my mind, and how the original environmental tech worked, is you get a single ore from the list. It just randomly selects from the list. You get a single ore every duration tick, right? And then if there was a multiplier on that, maybe you had enough for like 2x multiplier. So it would just multiply that by 2. And so you get 2 ore or even 3 ore sometimes. Well, with this mod, I noticed something weird. When you had an item modifier, instead of giving you 2 ore or even 3 ore, it would give you 4 stacks of ore. 256 ore would drop every duration ticks. And I was like, oh shit, like that's crazy. And so through testing, I would break it all down. Maybe I thought it was broken. I'd reboot the server. Like just in my testing, literally there's one in this Rosarium, there's one item modifier, right? I think there's one of these in here. There's like 12 modifiers in here. Most of them are energy because I massively buffed. you doing? Just in a mood today. Where is it? Energy, energy, energy. Item. Oh, I put a few of them in there because I was testing around. I was testing to see like what does what. But yeah, just a couple item modifiers, and you get stacks of ore out of it. And so I was like, oh man, I've got to rebalance it. So I went in and massively rebalanced the power draw. So you can see even with all of the energy upgrades that we have in here, we're at 257,000 RF per tick. Now, I wanted to be even more spicy than that, but I ran into a problem. If I took a lot of the energy modifiers that we have in there, and I made those, even like 3, and I made those speed modifiers, right? So we have duration of 16 ticks. I can get this down to like 7 ticks, which is it's fast, by the way. You're getting 4 stacks of ore every 7 ticks. It's pretty spicy. The problem is the multipliers, instead of being additive, they're incremental. Are multiplicative. I mean, they are multipliers, but they're so you. Let's say because the base when I'm looking at this, and I have edited the config. The base of this is 25,000 RF of in the configs, right? So this is 10 times this multiplier here. Energy 257,000 is a little over 10 times that amount. Well, if I take out a couple of the energies, right? It doesn't take many. If I take out a couple of the energies and I put in speeds, that removes some of the lower energy multipliers and then adds speeds, which increase the amount of energy. I got this to like 50 million RF per tick, just with like 3 different modifiers. So that tells me rather than the mod adding up all of the modifiers, right? Let's say it's just like, hey, what is my speed multiplier? And it just goes through and is like, all right, here's all of the item modifiers. Here's all the speed modifiers. Here's all the energy modifiers. Add all of those up and then multiply the base by the multiplier, right? It doesn't do that. It incrementally multiplies one step at a time as it goes through each modifier. So it takes this 257,000 and it multiplies it by 2. And then it multiplies that by 2 and it multiplies that by 2. And it's like pretty soon it's obscenely bad because the block itself only holds 1 million RF. And I tested this last night. When I got it up to 50 million, it didn't do anything because it didn't have enough power for a single step. Right? Whatever amount of power it takes in a single tick, it didn't have enough power at 1 million power, and it just sat here and did nothing. So it's like I tried to make it more expensive. I tried to make it so it's like, ooh, this is really expensive, but I have no way of editing how much power it holds. I haven't found where that is. I think it's hard coded. I have not seen anywhere in a data pack or anything like that of how much power this thing holds. Because I would absolutely edit how much power it holds so that 50 million RF per tick was actually viable. I want to see this thing running at 50 million RF per tick at 7 ticks getting see how much ore that is. Because big numbers go burr, that kind of thing. So I really wanted to make it viable for that. And I don't know of any way of editing the 1 million RF capacity of this thing and saying, hey, why not make the capacity a function of how much it actually takes, right? If the baseline is 1 million RF at 25,000 RF per tick, which is the baseline. If I just put no modifiers in this, there were no modifiers at all, it would be 25,000 RF per tick, which would be fine. And it would probably, at that point, it would probably give me 1 ore per step. But even putting like 1 or 2 item modifiers in it would multiply that. But it would be stacks at a time. I don't know. I looked through the code and I tried to find where it's getting the stack size, and I wasn't able to track it down. And granted, it was late at night and I was tired. So, but yeah, I was really trying to find a balance with this that would actually work. It does work. It's incredibly fast. And just to drain all of our power, I can hook this back up again. And it doesn't respond to redstone like the other miners did. The other miners, you could slap a lever on it and turn it off via a lever, and these don't do that. You can't do that. So yeah, I really hope the environmental tech guys like do their thing, because I like those. So if we hook this up, right, you can see the little spurts of things and stuff, and there goes the power. And we're drained. 26 million RF is gone. So that was fast. It doesn't take much. 270,000 RF per tick. Now think about that. That's per tick. There's 20 ticks in a second, right? So that is 200. That's 500,000. That's 200. What is that? Times that by 20. 5. No, is that 5 million or 50 million? 250,000 times 20. Yeah, I think that's 50 million RF per second. But I do want, for Vintage Story, I do want to implement something very much akin to this. A void miner. And make it equally as expensive. Like crazy amount of power. Because it's giving you free resources, but yeah, I'd really like to get this thing running. If we get through create stuff today pretty quickly, I'd like to work our way down the path of mechanism and start working our way towards a mechanism reactor, because we're gonna need it anyway. Because I added some spicy dimlets for mechanism, extremely expensive dimlets, and yeah, I'd like to get those up and running, at least one of them. One of the dimlets I introduce, the liquid uranium hexafluoride, right, the precursor to the fissile fuel. You can make a world loaded with that liquid. Just oceans of it, which is glorious. Okay, so create. What do we do? Just trying to empty my inventory out here. Unbreaking. Blessed. Leroy's fortunate diamond sabatons of the fox. Oh, interesting. Also, we're on what is it? 1.7 of the pack now. I did introduce recipes for these. The luminous, the arcane sands, and the Godforged pearls. So the Godforged pearls, you either imbue nether stars with resonant ender, or the warden tendrils with fluid XP. And that's how you get those. I mean, I tried to make them balanced and not make them too involved. I'm not gray tech at all. The arcane sands are just pulverizing nether stars. I thought that was fine. And then the luminous crystals really went wacky with this one. You imbue charged Certus quartz with energized glowstone, and you get luminous crystal shards. I thought I was pretty sneaky and cheeky about that. Because there's literally no other use for energized glowstone, so it's like they like thermal adds these like crazy high level fluids, and they just don't use them. It's just like, here's these cool fluids, we're not going to use them. So the resonant ender and the energized glowstone are two of those. The other one being destabilized redstone. Couldn't think of a place for those. And then I added gem dust. So there's a gem dust. You pulverize a luminous crystal, and you get a lot of gem dust. So there's a path to getting these ingredients, which is especially good on servers. Right, servers, when you have 3+ people all trying to build weapons and armor and all of that, it can help having some of these ingredients. That way you don't have to break down all of your crystals, right? You can just take these and actually upgrade them. You can legit upgrade these now, and get yourself some high level things and stuff. Our enchanting setup is still going strong. It's good times. And by the way, all of the work we did last stream on the enchanting, and we had to infuse a bunch of bookshelves. We enchanted everybody. Once it was done, everybody literally jumped on it and maxed enchanted all of their gear and stuff. We went through roughly 6,000 buckets of XP. Right around 6,000 buckets to do all of that, which is pretty spicy. It's pretty spicy. Okay, create time. We want to get some logs. Now, I just set up oak just takes so long. Yeah, this has been running all night. And this is why I like using like spruce, because spruce, when I set this thing up for spruce, we had like 56 spruce logs when I set this up. I capped it. I enabled it. There's actually a redstone thing in here. I enabled it, so I limited it to 20,000. We started with 56. It took 3 hours to get 20,000 spruce logs. This thing has been running all night, at least 12 hours, and we're halfway there. And we started with 500. So this is why I hate like using oak as far as like a source of wood, because it's so damn slow. It's just agonizingly slow. But it is what it is. If you want to use oak, go for it. I've got oak, jungle, acacia, spruce, and dark oak now. And I could expand that if we really wanted to. And renegade. The other thing I should mention, I went over here. I don't know if you noticed. I was trying to look at the difference between the setup that was here with a lot of rich soil. So I went in here and I put 4 rich soil, made it farmland, and then the regular farmland using red fertilizer speeds up growth. So honestly, from what I've seen, the red fertilizer is way better than the rich soil in terms of like how fast it grows. I could be wrong. I only this is only a sample size of 2x2. I didn't obviously do the whole farm, but it just seems like the red fertilizer is better. So yeah, I don't know. I was just testing to see what worked and what didn't. Okay. I'm stalling because this is gonna be rough. Okay, so let's just grab whatever logs. An andesite alloy is manually inefficient. You can do iron nugget and andesite in a 2x2, and then you get one andesite alloy. That's a really it's half the amount as if you would instead mix it andesite and zinc. Right, it uses half the ingredients in, and you get it out. I think we are actually crafting it with the induction smelter, because why use the mixer when I can use an induction smelter? So let's just craft some more of that. Reasons. Trying to do this. Now, I was told that there was a cool the quest system for this pack, which I have had nothing to do with, by the way. I've been getting quests like quest book. There are quests. Good Lord, there's quests.
Yeah, it's overwhelming.
Wow. I literally I had no idea how to do any of this. So these are all carryovers from Mr. Beardstone's mod pack. So I apologize to him for bogarting his mod pack and mutating it into the builder's pack, but yeah, I just don't have the time for the mind to do all of this. He probably got help doing it too. Like, he probably reached out to the FTB team and said, "Hey, can you do this?" And it's weird. Mr. Beardstone hasn't posted a video to his channel in almost a month. Like, I don't know what the hell happened, but and he won't even address it. He'll post a new video whenever he posts it, and he probably won't even like address the fact that he hasn't posted so long. Like, maybe he'll be like, "Oh, I was on vacation," or like, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, there's a ton of things in here. Explore every biome, really? What? Explore? That's a tall order. Are you gonna give me like a list of biomes? No, you're just not gonna give me a list of biomes. Okay. And we look at here, like, holy, look at the like, where did all? Wow. You know, I looked in the files for the FTB quests, and I did not get this sort of, like, I don't know where this is coming from. Because you'd think you'd have to design this and like, Yeah, you'd think you'd have to click the tick to start learning. Good Lord. It's just... Blah.
Jeez.
Yeah. Because it counts that everybody else is a multiplayer server, so, like, I'm pretty sure Vegas and Renegade probably went through a lot of this already. So it's just like, here's all of the things that I haven't done yet. And then speeding up cogwheels, this is probably done already. Because yeah, you did some of this too. And Enchantment Industries, I don't know if anybody did that or not. Confectionery, nobody has really dove into confectionery yet. I want to eat virtual candy because I can't eat it in real life. It's still going, everybody. So enchantment industry, what do we do? Oh, just regular item drain. Okay. Now with the enchantment industry, we could like enchant a book with Fortune 10. And then through the enchantment industry add-on, we could use hyper experience and enchant it to 12. You can go 2 levels above the max tier with the hyper enchanting system. Right? So you could go looting or protection or whatever. You can go up to 12. Which would be really funny. Combining this with Apotheosis, it'd be fun to test it. We can get hyper experience by the tanker car full, because we can farm the glow squid no problem. Like that's not a problem to do that. But yeah, like most of this stuff we've already done. Drawers, upgrade template. I've pretty much done all of this. Yeah, I'm not gonna craft each of the upgrades just to craft them though. Workbenches and tools. So at least there's something in here if people want to do the thing. Farming away. I've made hose. That's any Minecraft hole. I've done that. Oh, it is acknowledging I did that. Okay. Alex's mobs. See a warped toad. I just don't care. And then confectionery, obviously nobody is getting into this. But man, look at how many different things you can do. I still hold that this kind of crafting tree would be great in Factorio. You could do a whole like chocolate factory in Factorio. You know, turn copper fields into like sugar or cocoa beans. Iron would turn into sugar, and you just it would basically be the same game, only everything would be changed to like candy. You know, what would green circuits be? chocolate and let's see, if copper turns into cocoa beans, copper wire would be cocoa powder. And add that with sugar, which would be the iron. Cocoa powder and sugar would be, I don't know. It would be fun to come up with all the different things and You literally wouldn't change anything. You would just change the name and icon of everything. It would just be like all the recipes would be exactly the same. Just I don't think that'd be fun. Um. Anyway, it's just maybe my just sense of humor.
Oh, it would be funny.
Because people would start playing it and be like, "Wait a second, these are all the same res." You'd literally add it to any vanilla game, and it would be like, you wouldn't have to change anything. You wouldn't even have to redesign your factory. Okay, so we've got some andesite alloy or andesite casing, I should say. What do we do with this? Well, let's see. We could start making things and stuff. We have a deployer, which is the pokey hand. We have rolling mill. We're not going to worry about motors or the saws. Just all of the things. Mechanical piston. And then millstone. Gearbox. Now the gearbox, I think, yeah, we would be able to make these with AE. There are definitely a lot of recipes that I'm going to make with AE. So, anyway, I would like to come up with a design that we can plug into AE for certain crafting things. So like a single like stampy hand, like a slammer, a single one for like a pokey hand. That's gonna need an input. It's gonna need a pokey hand like storage to supply it, and then we're gonna have to come up with some shenanigans somehow. I don't know how. Have like an input barrel, and then have laser IO split the ingredients from what needs to be put on the belt and what needs to be put in the hand. And I really hope we don't run into a recipe where the identical recipe where those two are swapped, because it wouldn't work. They really made create like very difficult to automate with anything other than create. Right? Okay, so loot crate opener. I don't know what this is for. Anyway, now is there a see like this? We need a pokey hand to make the andesite casing. Okay, so maybe this should be the first. We're gonna try to like start low level and then work our way up. So we are gonna need the pokey hand, which is brass hand. Oh, it needs it. Oh, really? It needs an electron tube? Man. Okay. Okay. I see how it is. Polished rose quartz. There's a rose quartz recipe. Okay. And then this is just oh, we could use an enrichment chamber. Should we? Should we? We do have diamond grit sandpaper. Yeah, Create Crafts and Additions adds diamond grit sandpaper. So, yeah, let's use electron tubes, polished sandpaper, diamond grit sandpaper, encoding pattern, diamond dust. Comes where is this coming from? Pulverizing diamonds. Okay. So let's add that. That'll come in handy later. We're gonna want this pulverizer recipe here. And just to verify, whoa, pulverizers are here. Okay, those are already the right ones there. Okay. Okay, and then go to pulverizer. Those are enriching. Here they are. All my dusts. I think. Yeah. Those are. So let me craft a diamond sandpaper. Let me get some rose quartz. And I believe you put this in your offhand. Yep, there it goes. Polished rose quartz. And then these you mix with iron plate, which we already have automated. Nope. That use iron plate is already automated, and we do that. So yeah, I'm sort of mixing. I'm mixing AE with Create to try to streamline this. So actually making the rose quartz is AE, but then polishing it, we can make a little setup just to do that. That's always going to be supplied with sandpaper. It's just going to sit there waiting for when it's ready to go. So yeah, I'm trying to do like a hybrid system. Bathroom. Now I can think straight again. Yeah, the air has been so dry. Not even my humidifier. um. Alrighty. Oh, I did not know it was going to be that dark over there. What am I working on? I'm working on a pokey hand. Pokey hand here. And belt. Let's look at belt. What does belt take? Belt. I don't want to use this too much. Dried kelp. So dried kelp is going to be probably drying kelp. Smelting. Yep. No, I don't want to do that. I want to here. Belt, dried kelp. Dried kelp. Then put this in the smelter, which has got all my ingots and stuff. All of this is in the smelters. It's the stack of 8 maxed out smelting factories. Believe it or not, these things are pretty damn fast. And I've been I've been trolling people with the straw statues for quite some time. I think the other day Renegade was talking to the one that looked like me in his basement for like 5 minutes before he realized it wasn't actually. It was fucking great. It was great. Where is he, by the way? He just like disappeared.
Yeah, he messaged me just in case. He had some real life things to do.
What?
Yeah,
Real life things.
I know.
It's not cool doing real life things. All right. There's
Just in case he needed, I grabbed a bunch more kelp.
I actually have a phytogenic Duvalaki in the basement making kelp. Infinite amounts of kelp.
I see how it is. No, I'm kidding.
But you know, more power. More to you. But I don't think I had it limited to a pretty small amount. I could. What did I have this thing set at? Yeah, this is my kelp. This is at 300. So it's just keeps 300. I didn't want to keep a lot because I don't think I have it in a drawer. So you don't want thousands of it when it's not in a drawer. Oh, I do have it in a drawer. I could very easily have 20,000 kelp if I wanted to, but I don't really want to. Plus, there's a crap ton in the ocean right next to it. It's so cool that we're right next to like a warm ocean.
Yeah.
Okay, so belt. I've got belt. Shafts. Shaft. Not shart. That's a different thing altogether. Shaft. To andesite. Yeah, a lot of these things we are going to automate with AE. I am not going to mess around trying to create like lots of mechanical crafters to do all of this stuff. So gearbox are the next things. Gearbox, which needs cogwheels, which needs blank. Let's use spruce. Not jungle. There's that cogwheel. Wow, look at all these gear thingies. So gearbox, let's put the cogwheel in here somewhere. Um, so the andesite casing. This is what we're working on. We're working on. We're working on that. But we need all the things and stuff to go first. So there's that. Cog. Let's do the large cog. That's a surprising. It's a cog plus planks, or a shaft plus planks.
Shaft.
Well, it's giving me two different recipes in here.
Oh.
So.
Oh, it's essentially the same thing.
It's just it's the same recipe. Just I think direct craft is probably the better version. So we'll do that. You want to with AE you want to avoid circular crafts as much as possible. Oh, the Renegade just left. I thought he wasn't in stream chat, so
probably satellite change. So he got booted.
Steel encased. I'm not going to worry about TFMG yet. I'll let Os worry about that for now. Gear. Okay, so we have shafts. We have gears. Gear shift. I'm not going to worry about right now. Gear box. How bad is the encased chain drive? It's actually not bad. That's actually not too bad. So let's automate that as well. Since all of those gubbins. Some people like encased chain drives, some people don't. Now we're only going to temporarily use water wheels, so I'm not going to automate water wheels, because I don't want to use them as a main thing. So
as far as it goes too, if you want, I can just give you a bunch of my water wheels so you can.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. But yeah, it's going to be like a temporary until I get myself or the system up to craft the thing and the stuff. Okay, so as far as this goes, let's do some shafts.
I gotta log out and back in. Something's funky. I can't access my backpack or anything.
Yeah, every once in a while, it happened again last night. I log into the server, and when I open a chest, it doesn't show it. It's just like unable to build the menu, and I'm like, what in God's name? What causes that? Because all you need to do is shut everything down, bring it all back up, and reload into the world again, and then it's fine. So that happened on stream. Well, it's on Saturday, I think that was either Saturday or last Wednesday. I load into the game and I can't open any chests. And it's like, what? Yeah, it just restarted the game and it worked fine. So Minecraft being Minecraft, these problems, these kinds of things in modded Minecraft have persisted for years and years and years.
Yeah.
It's Java, basically. Java is the reason why all the shenanigans. If you have shenanigans in Minecraft, it's Java. Java was originally not intended to be a 3D engine for a game, right? It runs UIs. Your PlayStation UI is all written in Java. ATMs, their UI is all Java. Like, it's Java. This was the reason why they advertised Java as the #1 development platform, because all these little devices use it. So it's like, it's not a 3D engine.
It was designed to be basically cross-platform. a universal cross-platform system.
Right. Able to be compiled on many different things. And when you
Yeah.
build a system to be expandable on many platforms, you inherently
You got to give something up, and
yeah
that would be 3D.
yeah there's a compromise to that process. Okay, so how do we want to do this? I'm just thinking in my head. The first thing we want to do is automate this deployer so we can make more deployers. Right? So anywhere I build in here, we're going to be able to pop up a main line from AE. And that main line from AE is where like all of the like if we pop that up like right in the middle of this room, we're going to be able to put out a whole lot of tendrils of the AE system to automate a lot of things. So this little alcove here in the base is going to be where all of this stuff gets made. So I think if we go here and then we go 3 out like that. Help drive. I'm gonna put the quest book away. I don't need that. I'll grab all of those rewards later. Because it will probably fill my inventory several times over. Okay, so put some of this stuff away because I don't need it, and then take the grabby hand and then place it like that. Okay. Now we want a whole lot of chests. So let's put a chest there. A chest there. Okay, and now I just thought of another thing we're going to need. Funnels. Okay, so andesite funnels are the base kind of funnel. And then brass funnels are the upgraded versions of that. Okay, and you make 2 at a time? Nice. You do make 2 at a time because well, they were considerate because you always use them in pairs, so you might as well. So there we go there, and we have one here, and we have the electron tubes there. Now the brass, I know everybody's going to yell at me. The brass is a mixing recipe with a heated blaze burner. This is always the base thing, right? Heated blaze burner, copper and zinc, blah, 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 blah. Or we could just go induction smelter. I think, yeah, more yes with the induction smelter. Believe it or not, induction smelter, there it is. So we need more stuff. The induction smelter needs more things to do. So yeah, I'm not gonna mess about with the mixers because these, no matter what, this is 3 different ticking entities when you have mixers. You have the blaze burner that's ticking, you have the cauldron that's ticking, and you have the mixer that's ticking. And if the more of those you have in your world, it can because from what I've seen in the footage of people who play, the mixers will sit and mix even when the things is full. Like it never stops. Okay. So funnels. Well, we can probably get away with doing some andesite funnels. No, not. I don't want tunnels. I want funnels. Right, and there, and there.
There's a backpack for you.
Ooh.
If you want to just grab a bunch of junk.
Oh shit! I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to do this slowly, incrementally. Yep. Okay, so we have this. Now I think we need. Again, we're gonna try to mix some things. So I'm going to see what is possible here. So this export bus into this grabby hand, I want to export the sandpaper, right? Oop, no, I don't want to do that. Let's do sandpaper in the hand. There you go. I don't know exactly if this is possible. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do exactly this setup, so I'm just testing this. But I want this to be always sandpaper, and this is just gonna make electron tubes. This chest here, I want to be things and stuff. So we're gonna put this in here. We're gonna do encased chain drive. Let's just get a little bit of that ready to go. And we want basically this to come up here. And I'm thinking for now, until we get the motors and stuff, we're going to come out here. Nope, I got to do this. And we'll do the water wheels over here. Don't know how many we need. And these need to spin clockwise from where I'm facing. This way. So let's grab some planks. Planks. Doesn't need to be fancy. It doesn't need to be like pretty. It just needs to work. Now I want to make sure this goes the right direction. And then we need water.
Uses water? No one told me this.
Right? Okay. Now we should get a little bit of stress. And why? What? What just happened? What happened to my chain drive? I could have sworn I put chain drive. No. I mean, it's agonizingly slow. And we'll work on that in a bit, but it'll speed up eventually. I just wanted to make sure this was all going the right way. Now, if we grab rose quartz, grab one more of these. I just want to see if this actually works. I mean, it's... dun, dun, dun. And pop. There it is. Artificial intelligence. What is that? Whatever. It is what it is. And there we go. Polished rose quartz. Good to go. So basically under this we could put a pattern provider. Now, is there anything else that uses that sandpaper? Sandpaper. Why do we have 5 pages of sand? So, well, that's not a deployer. Nope. This is literally the only recipe that uses sandpaper in a deployer. We have a disenchanter, which uses sandpaper and a copper casing. But we don't have to worry about that right now. Okay. And then we don't need... No, I didn't want to... I didn't want to take the whole enchilada away. I just wanted that. Let's do that. Why not? It doesn't need... It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. Let it roll. Okay. And then this is set up to be sandpaper. And then we want card. We want a crafting card here. There we go. Okay. What's the next thing we want to bid? Probably the stamper. Probably the pounder, whatever that thing is called. Damn, there's a lot of stuff. All the add-ons showing up. Stuff. Just see the things that there. Press, right? The press has a lot of uses, mainly plate. We have a lot of plates that we already can make, but these iron sheets, this is something that's only pressable. I can't use those in the multi-servo like another machine. And these are used in mainly like shoots and stuff. So yeah, we're definitely want a stamper guy. So this is a over here, in here, and one of these, because we already have this. And let's put this somewhere in here, and there. The other thing we're going to want is we're going to want another deployer. Extendo grip. Really? What is this thing? Oh, I know what that is. Okay. That's funny. Yeah, the crate mod has just it's just full of just the craziest stuff. Most people like use maybe a 10% of what the mod is actually capable of. Deployer was somewhere in here. Why isn't it in with these press and stuff? You think it would be right in here. DEP. There it is. Okay, let's do a brass hand. Okay, we have this. We have this. Brass sheet. So this is what we're working on as well, is being able to make brass sheets. So there's a deployer, there's the pokey finger. And the brass sheets, again, can only come from metal press. Brass we're able to make in the induction. But the sheets, this is what we're working on, is to make the brass sheets. And really any sheets. Okay, so the press. Let's make one of these. The pokey hands again. Oh, I just typed pokey hands. Not what it. That's not what it is. So basically, what I'm trying to do is build a system that is like compact yet still like usable, right? So you have another chest here. You have another chest there. And we have a belt across. And we have the stampy hand, or the press up here, which also comes across. We have a funnel set.
Hola, ¿cómo está?
Hello.
Like that. Hello, hello. Alright, so now we have the ability to do stampy things. Very slowly. Okay. Okay, so what do we need this? We needed this for something. Press was for
Press.
oh yeah, plates. Okay, sheets. So if we go like, we grab some iron. And we say very slowly. Iron sheet. Yay. You can see how these are coated, right? Oh, God, these boots are just crazy. As soon as this crosses the line, poink, the center point. Look at the center point of the actual ingot. That's basically the coordinates. And as soon as that crosses the center line, it's in the next block, which means this pops out another one. Center line, poink, there it is. The next one comes out. So as far as like how these are coded, it's just that center point is being tracked, and as soon as that crosses over, it means this belt did a handshake with this belt and basically passed the thing on and said, here's this item, and so it cleared this inventory, leaving room for another one to come in. It's, you know, as a coder, as a programmer, I always look at features like this in mods and games and like, how do they do this? And that's how they did it. The same thing that reminds me with the grinding wheels. The grinding wheels on their own aren't really special. What happens when you place a grinding wheel next to another grinding wheel, though, is the crushing wheel here and the crushing wheel here are not special. All they're doing is basically rotating, right? They're animating the thing. The actual thing that it does is it creates a block in the center. Here you can see crushing wheel controller. This is the thing that does all of the recipes. This is the actual thing that does the work. And it's created when you place the crushing wheels next to one. When you place this one and then you place this one, they see each other and they're like, oh, we're a legit setup and we're rotating the right direction. Boom, create this controller in the middle. It's invisible, it doesn't do anything, but it's the thing that actually does all of the work. And that's kind of how those things work. Because you know, if I'm wanting to like replicate a feature in vintage engineering, you know, I kind of have to look at stuff like that and try to figure out how they actually work. Okay. This is this is still going. So these iron sheets, yeah, these are, I mean, used in various things and stuff. Electron tubes, yeah, I also use the plates, so we're fine with that. Oh, there's shoots, are these? See, these are able to use the plates as well. So, not really sure how much use the sheets are going to be, because I don't know if there's any exclusive recipes that use the sheets and not the plate. Yeah, these boots with the step height, it's a little much. I can literally walk up a two square setup, and this really is jarring. Especially I'm trying to get on Vejas's train. I literally like pop up to the roof of the train. I have to take my boots off to get into the train. Okay. So now let's work our way to the mechanical crafters. This is going to use brass, electron tubes, and the crafting tables. The crafting tables, those are craftable. The brass casing is a deployer. So, yeah, we're going to need one more deployer setup. So we have this one over here for the sandpaper. That gets us the electron tubes to be auto-crafted. So now we're going to stretch this out one more. Put another one here. Yeah, and the right click to break and immediately put it in your inventory. If anybody noticed, the AE mod now does that exact same. They basically took that functionality, and when you use a wrench to like pick up a Fluix cable, it just pops it. It works just like Create. It's glorious. I love everything about it.
Handy.
Yeah, so nice because all the when you're up high and you're like knocking down cables, they're not falling over, right? They're not tumbling down onto the floor and stuff. It's glorious. All right, we need some more funnels. I want these to stretch out again. Those, and I want these to do the same thing, just for funsies. And this one, we are going to need. I think we're going to need a chute. Into there. And we're going to need another chest into there. Because this one is going to be able to make all the different casings and any of the individual deployer things. So we have to be a little bit careful here. Because the recipes... Especially with how slow this thing is right now. We will be able to speed it up soon, but... like the brass casing, we need brass ingots in the top and then stripped jungle wood. Now, is there a way to strip this automatically? Yeah, in a saw. We could do axe in a deployer, but that I want to see how many. Yeah, it looks like sawing is going to be the only way to go here. So the saw. I love how the little icon, the saw blade is going. It's rotated for some reason. No, I didn't want to go down. Iron plate. Now, before I craft one of those, let me look to see. Does not look like we had one built. Okay. Mechanical saw. Now, these are deceptive, depending on the direction they're going. That doesn't help me. Why is that going? So if I grab, like, some spruce, does this go this way? No, see, it goes the opposite. So, wait, what did it just give me? Damage? What? Chipped?
Yeah, you gotta
Yeah.
if you want something specific, you gotta filter it.
I forgot this is the thing that creates all the chipped risk. Oh my god, is this this magnet still, we gotta get rid of that. More of that, sir. No, that's where all my stuff went. Okay. That mystery has been solved. Good. Okay, so this is going to be spruce stripped log, right? So the problem is when the saw basically goes in the opposite direction. That, like, if we have the chest here to push into this, oh, that hurts. Don't step on a table saw, everybody. So if they're going in there, it's literally going to go in the opposite direction and spit it out. So we actually need this to go in this way and out this way, or reverse this here. And I think what we can do is put a gearbox. Oh, we need to put some andesite casing. Put a gearbox. We're working on automating the andesite casing. Right? So now we should be able to go this way to this way. Like that. And then, well, I don't even know if we need these. Let's do something cheap. There. There. Let's look to see. God. That's the problem with putting the elevator right in front. The item drain is a way to move things that if you don't want to use a belt, or if there's like one square and you don't have enough for a belt, because you need at least two blocks. Copper casing. That we're gonna have to. Let's see. Is that a nugget? That's a full ingot. Not that we're shy on copper. We have 246,000 ore. So yeah, we're not hurting for copper. Okay, so I need two item drains. Oh, there's one. And one more. So the item drain, again, is just a way to move things that is in a tight spot. Right? So we want another set of funnels. Actually, I think I'm going to try to use some of the stuff that Austin. If we make funnels 2 at a time, how is there 7 funnels in? There's an odd funnel around. Andesite. How are these? Why are these different? You're gonna go in. You're gonna come out. Oh, they're different because the belt dictates the direction, and these don't know the direction. Okay. So this little setup here, if we want a ton of stripped logs, this will just. The drains will just kind of push things along, and the drains are, they're not simulating the same as belts, and so you can use these as a way of being a little bit more efficient and less tick heavy. The drains are, at least as far as I'm aware, the drains are much better. And these saws, this is basically what I want to use to make all the chip stuff. And I've been told that you can put a recipe in there, or a filter item with like all of the different types of blocks of a certain, like if I wanted like sanded, right? There's sanded tough, there's sanded stone, there's sanded block, like all of the sanded versions. I'm hoping that we can create a filter that has all of the sanded variants, and then that chest feeding into the sanded will just be all recipes regarding, like, if I want sanded stone, it'll go to the sanded stone saw, and it'll just make the sanded variant. I'm hoping that's how it works. I've been told that that's how that's actually possible. Any bathroom. How are you that sensitive? Jesus. Rebooted twice.
Jeez.
Any tiny amount of like static electricity in your system and you touch that thing, it'll just completely shut down and reboot. And I did it twice just now. And I even discharged myself before I sat down. It's that dry. It's so dry that the static is like crazy. Okay, so this tree here, this damaged spruce, can I just put that in there? There we go. Oh. Why does that saw turn off when I'm like... Right there. It's off. Here, on. Here it's on. Anyway. So we have the deployer, we have a press, we have another, well, this is the sandpaper guy, which we have in here. I should do sand paper. I'm gonna get one of these, and I'm gonna make, instead of that, because I can't craft an undamaged diamond sandpaper, so I just have to put that in there. I could put a fuzzy card in there probably and do it, but whatever. It is what it is. Okay, now we have, I think everything, I'm pretty sure we have everything we need to automatically craft. I'm gonna put this way over here because that was kind of in the middle of everything. We have everything we need to craft andesite or casing, right? I'll work on the logic. I'll work on the logic with this as soon as we get the AE system. So, how are we going to do the AE system? Well, AE is kind of persnickety regarding how it determines a recipe is done. So we're gonna hope that I can use like an ender chest. We kind of take the center ish of this room. This might not be the best idea. Ideally, we would just have like a little corner. Sort of like where we need it. So if we go like maybe this corner. One precision mode true. And that right above my weather station. Go away, Mr. Light. Okay, let's put some of this gubbins away. All right, so let's go to Fluix cable. We want dense cable this time around. We want a few more of that. That's going to be some serious crafts. Dense cable. This is going to be 64 channels. Because my mod set, I usually amplify the amount of channels. All right, so this is... Really? The quantum ring doesn't take any channels? Really? That is kind of surprising. I'm probably going to need more dense cable, but...
I don't think the quantum ring itself takes channels. I think whatever's... Like if something else is plugged into it on the other end, that'll pull a channel.
Okay, and that quantum ring is actually bound to my crafting terminal. So the crafting terminal that I'm using doesn't take any channels. That's good to know. Okay, so this can stretch down here. I was honestly thinking like we would have several quantum rings up here for people who wanted wireless crafting. But anyway, so what we want is we want this to kind of have its own. Of course, I only have 2 in here. Let's do 10 more of those, please. Okay, so let's do peer-to-peer. We're going to grab a couple of these. We're going to have, let's go this way here. We're going to have this one here. We're going to have a quartz fiber here. The quartz fiber will pass power, but not signal, not channel, right? This is why you separate these, because the peer-to-peer is channels. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. The last peer-to-peer I did, I think it was for this bank over here. The bank of these water crafters is using this peer-to-peer right there. So when you assign a peer-to-peer, it randomly generates a string, right? 3 or 4 characters. And when I did this one, it literally is A. The very first, like, if you look at the first one I did, this one over here, 8D3F. This was the very first one I did, and this is for the crafters over here. So you can see 8D3F. So it just randomly generates that, right? The other one that I did is literally the very first channel, like AA. This is the very first channel. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, the odds of that. Like if you take, there's like 36, because you have 26 letters and then literally like 10 numbers. So you have 36 different chances. That's like rolling. I mean, that's a really low chance. 36, the odds of hitting AA is so low. I couldn't believe it when I did it. The nerd in me was just like, oh my God, like the odds of that happening are so low. Okay, so this one we're going to put over here. And what I've been doing is I've been like, let's go get a frame, an item frame. We need a memory card. And I think new device configuration, and then we take that. So you can see BE51, right? It just randomly selects 4 different characters. So for AAAA to happen, holy Moses, that's such a rare chance for that. Okay, so with that, I wanted to like, can I put I can, sweet, put that in there. Right? So there's, every time I use a new memory channel, I always put the card like near where that is. And then we put a dense cable that plugs into that. And then this needs power. So we're just going to plug power in like that. So the thing is online, everything is online because there's power, and then the channels are actually coming from over here. Right? I'm grabbing the 64 channels out of that and then pushing them in. So we have a full uncontested bank of 64 channels going up to my create area. And let me dun dun dun. Let me change this. We're gonna change this. Death XX. Too many X's. There. Come on, exit. There we go. I noticed that you have one more X than Junior or Hunter. So, all right. So now we have dense cable. We have 64 possible channels. Right? So we can come up here and then we can run a line across here. And of course I need fluid escape. They never have enough. Okay, now pattern provider. We're gonna have that. We're gonna have a few more. Not sure. We might need a couple extended versions for whatever reason. Okay, so the pattern provider goes into there. We don't need more than one of this because this is literally crafting one thing. This is our smasher. So I don't know. There's probably a whole lot of things that we can smash. So let's put the smasher in there. This, however, this is going to need to be somewhere else. So we're going to have this one. I can get rid of the copper and the iron. Let's put it there. We're going to have this coming up here. We're going to have another chest here. And this is going to be this pattern provider here. And we'll get to this in a second. I'll explain why in a second. And then this one probably just needs a regular pattern provider because this is literally strip logs. That's all that this makes. And there's a finite number of logs. I don't know that we're going to need all 9 of these, but whatever. Okay. Now, again, these are not going to be fast, so... and then we're going to use, on this deployer, we're going to need a little bit of laser IO magic to try to figure out the best way to do this. Because this one is going to be... this one's going to be the casings. So you kind of have to split all this stuff up. And then the output, again, this is kind of where AE has gotten a little bit more persnickety, is how does it determine if a craft is finished? And I've run into some issues with this, but we're gonna try to do it the easy way first. Basically coming over here, and we're gonna use laser IO, and we're gonna see. I've started basically putting everything in the AE system. All my crafting materials, because my backpack... Oh! I literally... Get this, right? This is the craziest thing. I just cleaned this out yesterday to prepare, for the stream today. I literally had a set of cobblestone stairs in my backpack. And those cobblestone stairs... were from when our base was over here when we first started, and I had the mining tunnel going down into the ground and all the cobblestone stairs that I had placed. The stack of cobblestone stairs that I had in my backpack was from that, which is now 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. So it's been a while since my backpack was cleaned out. Okay, so we're gonna try to do this, and we're going to do extract. That we don't need to extract fast. This is not going to be very fast. So these are basically all of what just happened. Extract. What? This damage log was not redone. You just get tossed in the trash, sir. And then, yeah, whatever. And this is here. Extract and 8. And it just shuffles them all the way. And then this is already extract, so then we just do an insert, and it pops it in there, going into the AE system. Because white is always my sort of default AE system, and then I have this ender pouch, white ender pouch. And so if I'm out and about, and I can put stuff in here, and it just gets pulled into the AE system. It's a really, really easy way to do that. So the basic is like, hey, does this actually work? So let's hook it up, and we're going to use 4 channels. So 1, 2, 3, 4 channels. So let's do a processing recipe for polished quartz, right? Polished rose quartz, which means this polished rose quartz, and then we go rose quartz. We want one of these. Now, normally I do like 64 at a time, but I think right now that would probably not be very, very smart because of how slow these are right now. Once we speed them up, we could redo it. But this is to test. I want to test to see if this is good to go. And we'll hook up this output in a second. But let's do polished rose quartz. Let's do this, which should put it in there. Oh my god, my boots! Oh. Okay. Now the big test is when it gets put into here, and it's done. Yeah, it does. Okay, good. Because it got into here, and then this pulled it and put it into here, and the AE system pulled it in, which counted the craft as done, which is what I wanted. Okay, so we want to hook up let's go this way. And here I'll show you. Pop! Look at that. Glorious. Like that. And that should come online. And, you know, it will eventually output there, I hope. We can take... Alright, boots are coming off. I can't navigate with those stupid boots on. Yes, the sandpaper... Why are you going down, sir? Okay. I guess it... Okay, we know that the export bus works. Why is there... Oh, there's a little... It's a little issue up there because this thing is sticking out the top. So it's a little Z... This is what you call Z fighting, everybody. If you ever hear somebody say there's... Textures are Z fighting, that's what they mean. It's weird, like... It's two textures that are in exactly the same place, and you get the effect of that is every time you move the camera is like it's jittering the things. Okay. So now we can basically set the recipes to be made. So we want to be basically like spruce. Let's spell it right. We want stripped spruce logs from spruce. Right? And I'm putting them in manually right now so I can basically like you can name the object. Like if I went and took this chest out, put it in an anvil and named it, that's a way that you can basically, like, when you plop the chest down, it'll have a name, and I could put like stripped logs as the name, and then when I look in the AE system, it'll say stripped logs, right, as the pattern, instead of just chest, because right now it'll just say chest in here. Yeah, chest. So, right, there's the stripped logs. Now, if I named it stripped logs, it would be a separate thing in here named stripped logs. So, that's a way to do it. I've never really done that. You really should if you have a really complex AE crafting system. Okay, so the stamper, let's do just a quick iron Oh Jesus. What else does what else useful does the press do? For now, let's do iron to iron sheet. And then we have to put this one so we know which chest that is. Right here. And this is a big pattern provider because there might be a lot of things we want to stamp. Okay. Ooh. Now, how are we gonna do? How are we gonna handle the actual casings? So, the andesite casing is andesite alloy and stripped logs. So, stripped spruce and andesite alloy makes andesite casing. Let's encode that. So this one is going to be in this one here, right? And this one we actually want to set blocking, because when we put a recipe in there, we don't want another recipe to be put in there because they might not be compatible, right? We're trying to make brass casing, and we're trying to make andesite casing, some weird big craft. We don't want those two systems to interfere with one. And the blocking mode will do that. It will basically prevent it from running. And this is where you could do stacks at a time. A stack of casing, a stack of stripped logs make a stack of andesite casing, and that would allow you to craft more at a time. But these are going to be two separate things that we're going to need. So let's put a laser IO node there and a laser IO node there. I'm just going to open that. And we're going to connect this to this. Okay. Now, the ingredients for this craft are going to go in here. So, we're going to want here on extract, we're going to buff it, keep it at 1, but go tick speed 1. So we're going to extract one at a time, but we're going to do it every tick. Right? I want this to be fast, but I don't want it to do stacks at a time because this is whatever. And then that's on channel white. It doesn't matter. None of these need to talk to one another. None of these systems need to talk to one another. Like this system doesn't need to talk to this one or that one down there. And then this, we want an insert on white, but we want to filter it. Right? And then the same down here. We want insert on white, but we want to filter it. And what do we want to filter? We want to filter, for now, like stripped, let's get into there. Stripped spruce log is filtered into there. And then here is andesite alloy. Right? And then we also want copper. Really? Copper ingots can't be on the first page? Somewhere in here is a copper ingot. Where is the copper ingot at? Am I just...
I'm trying to watch the stream for you.
See? No, that's not it.
I think it might be in one of the places where your face is covering it up, so I don't think I'm much help.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can-
This is weird. Like, this is all Tinker's construct. Usually, the Minecraft, like, base game stuff is on the first page. Block of copper. There it is. Jesus. It was right here. Very, very, like, oh, yeah.
Ah, there we
YouTube
go,
blindness.
yeah.
And then we want brass. Oh, brass. Here. Right, brass ingot. Because there's a lot of different kinds of casings. And there are, whoa. So, like, brass casing is stripped and brass, right? So, brass casing. No, not stripped acacia. Why stripped spruce? No. Stripped spruce. There we go. See how that works? Okay. There we go. So there's brass casing, and then we need copper casing. There they are. Copper casing is copper ingots. So we have this. No. Again, no. Stripped spruce is the one we can make. Okay. And then we can go in here and go, all right, chest is in here somewhere. There's that casing, and that casing, and that casing. So now we can kind of combine all the things up, and we can look at like a saw, which uses the andesite casing, right? We already have a craft for this, but we could make like 100 of these, and you can see, like, hey, it knows how to make all of that. It's kind of the test. So let's look at mechanical crafters, which uses electron tubes, brass casings, and crafting tables, and all three of those are now craftable, right? We have all three of those, and so this is just now a more straightforward craft. Because of that. We already have funnels, tunnels. Tunnels, we have, we can make that in an autocrafter. We don't have any crafts that use those right now, or no setups that need them, but might as well automate those. And yes, you could obviously make them in a mechanical crafter setup, but anything that's 3x3, any craft that's 3x3 or less is going to be made in the AE system. I just do not want to bother with mechanical crafters if I don't need them. Now, precision mechanisms, on the other hand, are going to be a little bit more spicy. The problem with this craft that I have is you only have an 80% chance. You only have an 80% chance. So 20% of the time, this process will go and not finish. The AE system will just be like, 20% of the time, it just won't work. Right? So how do you do that? How do you accommodate for that randomness? Well, what I would do is I would encode the pattern with the ingredients to make 2, but the output would only expect 1. So when you would trigger the craft, it would, and let's say you trigger the craft and say, I want 1 of these, right? You just select 1. The ingredients that it dumps into the system, the auto crafting setup,
would actually be the amount of ingredients for 2 of them. And it would run through it, right? It would run through it enough times to process 2 of them. And you may get 2 out. It may run and you get both out. But after the first one finishes, the second one it would work and finish, and it would just go into the system and be there for you the next time you needed it. You wouldn't obviously waste it. It would just be there. You wouldn't need to craft the second one if you needed one down the road. So an 80% chance. Now, there would be, if there's a 20% chance of the first one failing, and there's a 20% chance of the second one failing. It's been too long since my probability and statistics class. Is it 20% of 20% chance that both would fail? So that would be a 5% chance. So even with that setup,
4%.
right, it's a 5% chance that both fail, which means you would have to go into the AE system, right? You'd have to go into this crafting status and basically cancel the craft, back out, and then trigger it again 5% of the time. And there's no way to make that 0, right? If you made it 20, if you triggered the craft to make 20 of them and only expecting 1, there would still be a non-zero chance that all 20 would fail. Now, it would be an incredibly small chance, but it would still be non-zero. But I think, a 5% chance of one fail or of both failing. If you did 3, it would move that down to like 1% chance. 1%, drop that down. 20% of 20% of 20%. I think is 1%. I think correct me if I'm wrong. Any statistics?
You multiply by the chance of it failing, basically. So 0.2 times 0.2 times 0.2. So it'd be 4% and then 0.8%.
So yeah, rounded up would be 1%, but yeah.
Yep.
0.8. That would definitely be rounded up. Yeah, 0.2 times 0.2 would be 0.4. 0.04.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4%.
Which would be 4%.
I was close. I said
yeah.
5%. I was close, damn it. I was just thinking of 1/5. That's why I came up with 5%. But yeah, 1/5 of 20 would be 4. Yeah. So I was off on it. 1/5 of 20 I thought it was 5, but that's 1/4, not 1/5. Anyway, reasons, words, things, and stuff. So if we do a setup for precision mechanisms, that is a very specific craft that use 3 deployers, and I don't know of any other crafts. There might be one that uses 3 deployers. Let's go use deploying. Cutting board, no. Why am I not seeing? What are these down? Oh. Why am I not seeing the recipe? Huh. I was hoping to see. Okay, let's look at mechanisms. Precision mechanisms. There. This is what I was looking for. Recipe sequence. So deployer, 3 in a row. I don't know of any other recipe sequence. This is what I looked through the other day. Last night actually. Is I was looking for like what other things right? You have the precision mechanism things having 3 in a row deployers. What other things might use that? Well, there's a lot of recipe sequences in it. And they're all sort of variations. All of the, well, not all, I shouldn't say not most of the track, especially from like Steam and Rails, has very similar deploying, right? So the regular track and the narrow track, and there's even a wide track. Somewhere in here, there's wide. They're all sort of, so all the variants of that use the same. It's just different inputs, which is fine. But like the narrow gauge, you could use that for like a little cheeky like minecart system. That's kind of how they would use that. If you had like some weird mine build. But yeah, like a lot of these, especially a lot of the mod added things, it gets a little crazy. All of the conductors caps, those are all pretty much the same with just different wool inputs. So you could, I don't know if you would need to set up this, because how many conductor caps do you really need? Just craft a bunch at once and then move on. I know what's really funny is making like the sandwich. You can make like a hamburger. Just like plop, 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 hamburger.
Sounds legit.
Eventually, that's going to be what McDonald's, like, you're just going to look into a McDonald's and there's just going to be like these deployers in there and you're like, oh shit. Sturdy sheets. This is one, I think these are used for trained based things, I want to say. Train schedule. Yeah, train casing. 100% sturdy sheets are used for that. And then New Age uses that for thorium. So again, when you're creating these, what I'm planning on doing here is we're gonna create the precision mechanism as a dedicated one, but we're gonna leave a line powered, ready to go, that you're gonna be, it's gonna be like this long conveyor belt, and you're gonna be able to mix and match and place what tools you want, and just kind of decide what you need with a little chest that has all the deployers. The only thing that really mixes it up is the ones that require the squirters, the spouts. Like, where do you put the fluid? How do you get the fluid in there? All of that kind of stuff is going to be kind of crazy. But what we want to do is we want to do a little cheeky setup for precision mechanisms. Now, similar to how this is done, right? We're going to do a same sort of system for precision mechanisms, where we're going to use laser I/O to separate the ingredients. And I just want to test the casing, right? I want to test this. I want to do like 10 andesite casing.
I'm back now, although I realized that I was muted, so you probably didn't hear me say I was leaving.
Oh, whoops.
So, yeah, I'm back now.
Welcome back.
I'm done putting laundry in the washing machine, so...
We missed you. Even though
Oh,
we didn't
thank
know
you.
we were gone.
Yeah.
But that just proves how much we missed you.
Oh, yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, I can't wait to... I really want to get this precision mechanism done, because I want to speed this up. But yeah, this is actually working. It's slow as hell, but it is what it is. Okay, so a very similar system to that for precision mechanisms. Now, precision mechanisms are kind of crazy because you have to go through the process 5 times, right? So you need a system when he gets to the other side, it needs to be able to go route and go through again. Right? So
I know you want to do it, but I have a setup for that if you want to go look at mine.
I want to figure it out. I don't want to, like, I've seen it done enough times in enough videos that I know what needs to be done, and I'm just going to try to do it in a way that, I don't know, that I think
Makes sense to you.
makes works. So the big thing is, I've seen people use storage drawers. I've seen people use item vaults to filter the things going back and forth. We could use laser IO. That might be the best way to go, because like the system is going to be all set up with laser IO anyway, right? To move the things to the top, to move the output into the thing. So, what was that? I heard something break.
Yeah, it sounded like something breaking.
What's that? I don't know. The craft finished though, which is good. It was slow as hell, but it finished. Yeah, I think we're gonna use laser IO, and then we're gonna filter the item, the precision mechanism, because there's an intermediate version of the mechanism, right? When it's in process, when it's unfinished, it's a different item, and I don't see it in JEI, so it's hidden. It's hidden from JEI. Because you'd think it'd be called like incomplete mechanism or incomplete precision mechanism, but it's not. It's not in this list. So it is an item. It does exist, but we are going to try to figure this out. Okay, so chests. We need some of these again. There. We are going to have a shaft, and this needs to be a little longer. I don't know how long right now, but we need because remember, this is going backwards compared to all the other ones, so this needs to go forwards. We have
Go forth.
We have a thing there. Okay. So I think it's just 3 deployers. Brass sheets. Oh shit. We have a way of automating those. Brass sheet. The brass sheet. We can put that into there, and then we are good to go. Let's do deployer. 3 of those. I know there's probably more than plenty around, but I just want to make sure, verify. These are so difficult. Oh, it's funny how slow they are. Okay, moving on. We are here and then here. It's like it makes that breaking sound when it does the last one. Yeah. When it uses the last item in its hand, it makes that breaking sound, which is kind of disconcerting. And we're going to use chain drive. No. power all of these. And I don't even know if we have... I mean, this is not sped up at all, so it's not using very much stress. And we have a chest probably here with a funnel here stretched. No, I did. Why? Trying to be consistent with my builds. And then we need some more chutes. Pretty sure chutes are not too complicated. I could probably use hoppers. Have laser IO pushed directly into hoppers. I could definitely do that. But chutes. And this is going to put this underneath there. Push this here. Have another chest on top. Oh, that. And the pattern provider. Again, this is going to literally make one thing. So we don't need a super fancy pattern provider. And then this goes here. And we are at how many? We're only at 6 channels so far being used here. Okay, let's get the laser IO node here. Let's get this. There. Okay, they're all connected. I do love me some laser IO. Okay. So again, these have to be specific things, right? And this has to be done in a sequence, which is why this has to be connected to this one, or this one down here, right? So an unfinished mechanism needs to be put back in here to go through it again. And then we need to filter this one. This extract needs to be filtered here, extract, to the precision mechanism itself. And I don't think it has NBT. Maybe I don't think it does. We can look at that. It's not gonna. I'm not gonna hook this up to here yet, just because I wanna capture what intermediate object is. And that's one of the reasons I'm kind of building these systems from scratch, and I'm not really going around and grabbing things from other people's builds, because I kind of want to show my thought process and how I'm doing this. So all of the ingredients will come up here. So let's look at the precision mechanism recipe. So gold plate gets put in to start the process, right? So gold plate, right, starts the process. So this insert filter, for one, is the gold plate. Again, we're also going to add whatever the intermediate unfinished precision mechanism is. So yeah. I think over here, instead of doing an allow this, we're going to deny. Yeah, we're going to have to deny the intermediate. No, we can't do that. We have to be able to extract it. I'll have to think about that. That's gonna be a little spicy. So let's do a empty allow list. An allow list is basically a whitelist. An empty whitelist means don't do anything. Don't touch anything. Leave whatever it is in there alone. We don't want to touch it. So we can set the filters eventually. Because remember, this one's gonna be connected to all of these. Right, so we want to make sure that this gets properly set. And we can use multiple insert cards. So we can say like the white insert card here is actually whitelisted. No, we don't. We don't want to do that because if this fails, it's going to give us some sort of junk. It's going to give us something that isn't the intermediate and it's not the precision. So we literally want to blacklist the intermediate, and then everything else can get pulled into the AE system, even the junk, because I think it's like if it fails, it can spit out like a cog, or it can spit out like gold nuggets, like something gets spit out. Okay. So because this setup would it be better? I'm have to be really careful with this. It would not hurt to instead cover this, take that away, and instead of connect it to that. Right? That way these are independent from these. And I think that is important. So this one can be an extract, deny precision mechanism. Do not grab the precision mechanism. Right? Deny it. And then this one will have to deny whatever the intermediate eventually. This one's not going to be connected anywhere, so it's literally not going to do anything. But this one is going to deny the precision. Or what we should do is allow the intermediate. It accomplishes the same thing, but if you deny, if you deny the intermediate, or if you deny the precision, then it could grab, if it breaks, if it fails, it could grab some of the junk and dump it in the chest. That would break the whole system. So you kind of have to logically go through and like, what is possible? What is possibly going to be in this chest? And that includes like all the gubbins. I'm going to need more cards. So let's grab some more item cards. Well, that was fast. Spit 20 of those out. Maybe some more basic filters. Okay, so this we're inserting for now the gold plate. And then we need to extract here very quickly, one at a time. We need to extract all the things from this chest. This is where all the ingredients get dumped. And then these three are going to be the sequence. So we're going to have cog wheels. Let's get cogwheel. Large cogwheel. And nugget. Yes. So, first one, remember this is going this direction, whereas this UI is going this direction, right? So just swap this one and this one back and forth. So the first one is the regular cogwheel. So this is going to insert a filtered cogwheel, right? Into allow. This insert filter big cogwheel. This one insert filter. Okay. And as slow as this thing is, let's test it. So we're gonna go processing recipe. Now, remember, we're gonna encode this to technically make 2 of them, but expect only 1, right? And so this process needs to be done 5 times. So we literally need 10. I need some more nuggets. We need 2 plates. Gold plate. So, 2 plates, 10 cogwheels, 10 large cogwheels, 10 nuggets makes 1 precision mechanism. Right? It should technically make 2. But even this, again, we did the math. Ross did the math. We have a 4% chance that both of these fail, which is a pretty small chance. I mean, the odds of that are pretty small, right? 4% is a pretty minor chance. Okay. So let's put this in here, precision mechanism, and I'm just going to dump these ingredients in here and hope for the best. Did I put these in here? God damn it. I put them in the wrong chest. Because of course I did. So slow. These precision mechanisms, by the way, will allow us to speed things up considerably. While these are working on it, mechanical crafters, we can actually kick this off now, because it uses all the other. Okay, so what do these things make? It makes incomplete precision mechanisms. Okay. But it has an NBT tag. Because it stores the progress of the individual thing, right? So each step out of 15 steps has that progress. So we want, I'm going to grab this. This is going to be, ignore NBT, but it's going to be this. Incomplete precision mechanism is going to come in here. And then this, to insert, again, we're going to ignore the NBT. This item, incomplete precision mechanism, should pop out. There it is. It's slow as hell, but the ignore NBT, right, will ensure that this thing will go around and around and around. Now, I should have. Okay, I'm gonna grab one of these. This we want to extract, deny this. Ignore NBT, right? I think I need to put this back for this step here, because this is 5. Now the other problem is if it fails, can it fail on any one of these steps? If so, that's a huge problem. If it can get through all of this, but then break in the middle, then there's going to be ingredients that are just sort of chilling. So anybody experience like it breaking, instead of breaking on the very last step, if it breaks somewhere in between? Because there's 15 different things in it.
Can't say I've had that.
Well, the first time I was playing with it earlier, it made an incomplete heat engine.
That's a different mod. But did it go through all of the steps and then the very last step made it incomplete?
I didn't see where.
No,
it actually
incomplete
stopped.
means it's got more steps left. That's not broken. That's not scrap or salvage.
No, but it was going through this process, and somewhere through this process, it created something that it wasn't supposed to make.
Yeah, I now that I think of it, I had a time, and same thing. I don't know where it failed, but it was a 4 or 5 step process, and the end result wasn't what it was supposed to be. It was some other item, and unfortunately, I don't remember what it was.
Okay, yeah. If you find that again, let me know, because that's obviously a recipe.
Well, I don't think it was even a recipe conflict. I think what it was that the belt was going too fast.
I don't have that problem.
Yeah.
That's not a problem here.
So if I had a
that was a scrap right there. That broke. That failed. The very first one I make failed. 20% chance,
Nice.
everybody. 20% chance. And that one succeeded. That's hilarious. Yeah, the first one completely failed, gave me back a golden sheet, and the precision mechanism actually made it through. That's hilarious that actually failed. I find that amusing. I don't know why, but I find it amusing. So, we can, as you can see, the thing over there is not grabbing it. Because this is whitelisted to the incomplete. If I didn't whitelist this, it would have tried to grab this golden sheet and start the process over and gotten stuck. It's always better to be specific about what you want rather than blanket like, I don't want this. So this is also blacklisting the incomplete. So it'll grab everything but the incomplete, which means if you get scrap like this, it'll push it into the system. So connect that to that, and now we have a precision mechanism in the system. Okay. So the next thing we want to automate is going to be the electric motor and alternator, because those use the same pattern of crafters. Now the alternator we're not going to use right now. I would like to experiment and see, because there's a couple mechanical to electrical power systems that I want to build, just to basically take screenshots of it. So when I'm working on vintage engineering, I can look at that and go, all right, this is kind of what I'm going for. And yeah, you could say, oh, I'm blatantly copying these mods, but why reinvent a solution when it's already done for you? Like, I have to do all the code, and none of the code is transferable, so I have to write all the code to do it. Visually, though, this is what I'm going for, and it's nice to have an idea of what to do visually. So the last thing on this list, mechanical craft, these are going to take a little bit of space, and they're also going to take more than a considerable amount of rotational power. I don't know what they use. Their kinetic stress impact is low, so that's good. But if we look at, say, the motor, right? This is this pattern. And then the alternator is the same pattern. So the alternator makes power with rotational force, and the motor makes kinetic force with power, right? They, depending on which direction you want to go. Motors are really where we want to be, right? So crafts and additions allows you to do motors. Now, copper spools, copper wire, block cutting, stone cutting, create an addition, copper spools, iron rod, capacitor. These are AE-able. This here, empty spool, that's AE-able. This copper wire is a different wire. Let's look at this wire. Stone cutting gets you 2. The AE stone cutting is it's just a it's a non-issue. What is this wire? Okay, rolling. That's fine. So I think this wire probably what we're going to go for. Definitely a little easier to do that. So I'd like to have these things automated. Clear that. Go to stone cutting. Put copper in there. Select the wire. And you just put this into regular old crafts. And it knows how to deal with that. Okay, and then we want capacitors. Nope. Capacitors. Zinc sheets. Is that the only... Yep. So there's the deployer. So let's put this in here. Now that we have those automated, we could be able to get all of those. Yep. Copper plate, zinc sheets, all of that stuff. I love it when the AE system, man, the AE has come such a long ways as far as like quality of life. Every version they seem to do better. So the spool, again, all of these are, boy, you make 16 at a time. Jesus Christ. That's a lot. And yes, you could literally make all of this with mechanical crafters, but whew, I just wouldn't do that. Iron rod. That looks like a good recipe. Rashid, we got all of this stuff is literally good to go. Man, is that really going to take 12? No, we might be able to do 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I'm just looking at like what we could do with laser IO, or if laser IO. I don't even know if laser IO is able to interact with the mechanical crafters. We will see. This is as much of a test on this system. As anything. I think maybe we want to do it on this side. So let's put a temporary block there. Like that. That's the design. This, however, has to go this way. Because it needs a cog. No. And the chest that these ingredients go in is over here. Let's go that way instead. Or because it'll automatically push into a chest. Okay. Now, laser IO. Again, I don't 100% know that this is possible. But we do here for these two. We do here for these two. We do here. Here. God, there's just no... There's just no good way to do this efficiently. Not without spamming these things. So this block here we need. So this one, this one, this one, this one. So these four. So 5. Here. It's a mess. And then the chest for all of the ingredients can go like here. Right? Thing there, and then we want a pattern provider, not an extended one. We don't need an extended one. This is literally going to craft one thing. Or no, two things. So this will be fine. Okay. Check our card over here. Might have enough. Remember, this is going to take like 12 cards. Probably going to need a card. Thing. Let's put those away. Funnel away. Those away. Desperate measures. Drastically slow down a mechanical crafter to procrastinate on proper infrastructure. We're getting there. I'm trying to build a motor so we don't have to do this anymore. We don't have this slow. We will eventually have this thing humming along at max speed, but for now, it is what it is. Okay. So the difference between, well, we're gonna focus on the motor first. The alternator, I think, is the same, except the plate is, or the sheets are different. So let's mark this, and then yeah. So it's iron versus brass. So everything else being equal. That's now let's clean up my inventory a little bit. It's kind of a mess. I need a bunch of things. Okay. So let's do sheet. That's a golden sheet. We want brass sheet. All right. I forgot. We're gonna need wire, spool, copper spool. There's the brass sheet. There's the copper spool. Rod. Iron rod. Andesite alloy we already have. So andesite alloy, copper, capacitor. Capacitor. But I need these things so I can properly set them. And that is going to take a hot minute. 6 cup. Okay. Now, did this thing finish? There it is. Now, wish there was a way. I need that little like desktop snippet tool Roomba uses to take little screenshots and drag them over. He uses some weird plugin. I never installed it because it's like just another thing that's in the background. Anyway. So the capacitor is the middle one here. So up, insert, filter, and capacitor. That's that one. I believe this is a plate. Yeah, plates are. So we have this one and this one. Which is a plate. And we are going to copy that. And then up. I'm going to do the same thing. And that automatically takes the filter, sets the filter, all of that kind of stuff. I did that. And then this one here is the same thing. There. 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 And then these two here. Okay. This on the down. And now this one is... the andesite. Okay. That takes care of all of those and all of those. And that one down there. Now, the ones in the back here. Which face is this? This is the north face. I do like the fact that there's things up there. Okay. So this one's going to be spool, spool, spool. Okay. So this one is the spool. This one here is the spool. And this one here, I believe, is the spool. Okay. Last one is this one down here, which I am pretty sure is the wrong. Okay. Now we need to hook them all up. I can literally hook them all up to this one.
All right, I got AFK for a little while here.
Okay. This will be extract. One per. Okay. What are the odds that I get this working first time without any problem? Do I do round robin? I might. Oh, I might have. Can these things take more than a stack? Like more than one? Can they take stacks? Can you put a stack of something in one of these crafters, or is it just one item? Because if it's just one item, this would work.
It's just one.
It's just one? Okay. That means, yeah. Otherwise, I would have to do a counting filter, which would just do the one. Okay, so this, if we go motor and we say this here, all of these ingredients make a motor. And we go to this chest and we say this pattern. Okay. Now, if I did this right, if you put all the ingredients in and it matches a recipe, it automatically triggers the craft. So let's try it. Ooh, look at all of the stuff that it has to craft. Let's put these away and then try that again. It probably has to craft. Yeah, there's less things to craft. It still has to craft some bits and bobs here, very slowly. But once we get this unlocked, we'll be able to go really crazy with the speed. And this will be the last craft that we have to do that is this slow. Because wowzers, this. Is there a bunch in? Yeah, there's 2 more. 3 more. AE system is like, it's taking so it's just a brass sheet. Why is it taking? If we look at, say, New Age, this is what I'm talking about. The generator coil. Here with the magnets. Of course, we're gonna try our best doing max level. Energizer, lightning rod. Yeah, these are all pretty easy recipes. We're gonna need an energizer system. Oh shit! Didn't even see. Oh my god, it's doing it. Oh, that's glorious. I mean, it is so slow. Yeah, how they coded this, I'm even afraid to even look at. I don't know, is the Create's code base even public? I don't even know it. Like how they got this to work, they're better coders than me being able to get this done. No idea how they did it. I mean, I could guess, but getting it consistent, getting everything talking to one another, like, oh my god. And it's trying. It's like the animation is like it's trying. Thing spins in and says, "Look at that! It's a motor! Yay!" And there it is. I thought it would like go down. Okay. We no longer need. Let me grab the motor. And we are going to get some dirt. So we're just gonna place that there. I don't know which direction is which, so we can first do a flux point, which is in here somewhere. There it is. No. I was literally looking at the top of this thing. Why? Thank you. That's going the right way. So now we can take this and go maximum effort. And this has taken 480 FE per tick, which is a drop in the bucket compared to what we're wrapping. And there we go. Now, if we make another electric motor, has to craft all of this stuff. Up, 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 up. Little things. Oh my god. That took a fraction of a second. Or a fraction of the time that it took, like, the previous time that we did that. This is glorious. What happens? Does a redstone signal? Well, lever. Does the lever affect the motor at all? It does. It turns it off. So if we wanted to save some ticks and we know we're not going to craft anything, we can just turn this off and it will stop. It will stop this, and this stops. Oh, very, very nice. Very, very nice. Okay. And then the other thing we want to do with this, well, I'm gonna hold off on the alternator. The alternator is just literally like switching this around, and we can put this into blocking. We need this into blocking. I wish there was a way, or like redstone-y way, to when you would trigger a craft, if there was a way to like detect, hey, if this is a create craft, turn on the create stuff, let it craft, and then turn it on. As far as I'm aware, I mean, there might be a really convoluted way to do that. But as far as I'm aware, there's no like elegant way to do it. But let's do like a precision mechanism. Let's see what happens. Remember, it's going to try to make 2 of them. And it made 2 of them. So it all worked out. The breaking sound, for some reason, the deployers, when they use the last item in their hand, they make the sound. So it's not that anything breaks. Why is this tree farm just not? The oak trees just not liking the way that I planted them here. Oak trees are. Saplings are funny these days. Right. So the other major mechanical crafter recipe is the grinding wheels. Which are crazy. They're in here somewhere. Or no, they're crushing. This is a big recipe. There is a way to do this. You can combine all of these, right? And you can just drop a single drop of andesite and it'll fill all of them. So there's a way to optimize that. You won't need 21 laser IO. You need 5. No, 6. You need 6 to craft things. Which you could do somewhere. So, how do we want, now that we have this sort of thing set up, what should we do? Maybe we should do a little bit of an energizer system, because I know if we want to get into Create New Age and kind of test out that system. I mean, right now I'm not really in the mood for that. I really want to get the saws, these things here. And then the create filter. List filter, attribute filter. I don't know what is the difference. Matches items instead of attributes. Matches items or other filters. Attribute. Attribute. So if I want sanded item tags, I don't see any attributes. I'm not sure what it means by attribute filter. But does anybody know what an attribute filter is? Like, what is it? Attributes. I think I'm gonna need. I'm gonna need these. So let's do a test. List filter. This is fine. We have more than enough red wool. Oh, that reminds me. Yeah, we're gonna need a washing plant and a little smelting plant as well. Yeah, the washing plant would allow me to actually wash the red wool into white wool. Yeah, it would allow me to do that. But I could also put this in a centrifuge somewhere in here and get the red dye out of it. If I really wanted the red dye. Okay, so filter.
All right, I'm back.
This is okay. So we have a saw. This is just kind of a proof of concept. I kind of want to do this upstairs. This is going to be a very compact system. What? No, what? Why are you? Believe it or not. The motor up here. Oh. 32. Don't really need to be super high. Some hand drains. Here. Here. So, if we do this, and we say, this is a proof of concept, see if this even works. Sanded what is lodestone? I've never even seen that. Lodestone takes netherite? No, I think not. Sanded blackstone. Sanded calcium. Sanded ancient. Can you imagine making a building out of ancient debris? Sanded andesite. Sanded basalt. Sanded deep slate. Diorite. You can always come back and add to this, probably. Sandy, mossy stone. Sanded netherite. That's probably sanded obsidian. Sanded quartz, just looks like quartz. Sanded raw gold. Oh my god. Sanded sandstone. I mean, why not? Sanded stone is definitely one I use. Sanded tough is one I use. Sanded bricks. Sanded borderless bricks. I don't even know. Bricks. Oops. That wouldn't work. That wouldn't work because those are the same input. Bricks and bricks. So you can't do those. I'm guessing sanded smooth stone is smooth stone. So that's redstone. Sanded lapis, sure. Okay. Sanded clay, why not? I like the sanded. I like the sanded and eroded. Okay, so there's the filter. Now we can do another flux points. And then put this here, and then this is going to be named chipped saws. Chipped saws. Okay. Now the damn texture's going the opposite. Like it's just stupid. The funnels here and here. We are going to take this. This is going to be input. So, in the end, we should be able to take like stone, right? Sanded stone. This is what we're wanting to test. And let's grab stone. Let me do a stack. I want to see how long it takes to do a stack. So there's stone, and then let's say blackstone. This takes just regular blackstone. Okay. Then we do this stone. What happens? Beautiful. Now that we have that, right, we can put a Fluix cable down. Put all my stuff away. So you can imagine... Oh, my voice cracked. One of these days I'll stop being in puberty. That's be nice. The pattern. So I want to do extended patterns for these, because remember that all of those different filters that we put in there, you know, each one of those can be a different pattern. And this will just, all of the sandids can go in here. Right? So then we can do another one of these. Boink. With an item drain. Here. Might as well just put this like this, because reasons. And then this one here. And this one here. Now these it might be wise, because I'm not really leaving a whole lot of room in here to get in here and add recipes to these. Look, why do we have so many freaking stack up? We have literally a tier 4. What? Oh my. Anyway. Just one there. It is. Anvil. Great. What am I missing? Oh, there was in there. It was just down. Okay. So we can B this. There. Now we have an anvil in our backpack. It's glorious. So I want to take this. And then we want a level. Put a chest in here and just say sanded. Oh, this is sanded blocks. Wow. Sanded blocks. We put that here. And I'm just going to verify. That was a little derpy. That was a little bit more derpy than I really wanted. Sawmill. What? Oh. I'm an idiot. They're not hooked up yet. Whoa, we're out of wool. Out of white wool, anyway. I don't think we have a mass washer right now. So I'm just going to have to do... No, wrong terminal. I so often go to the pattern terminal. It's just kind of my the default terminal I go to. Okay, now that chest should show up as sanded blocks. Sanded blocks, there it is. Excellent. This. What enchantments can you put on an anvil these days? Unbreaking? I think I might go do that. We'll see if it actually works. I don't need to. I'm not doing any. Oh, I got to hit the button. Okay, let's see if it actually affects using the anvil, because that was really the prompt on that backpack version was really kind of shady. So I think this next one we can do. You filter. Let's get like 10 of these ready to go. I technically only should require 8, but there's some other blocks, like depends on if you're doing like stone variants to wood variants. They have different possibilities. But anyway, so this one I will do eroded, right? So let's take this and do this. Eroded blocks. Okay. Okay, and then we want another pattern. That. Funnels here and here. This one going in. And now we have a filter. Do this. Eroded. Eroded lapis. Eroded dirt, because why not? Ice, packed ice. I always add those later. Eroded andesite. Eroded basalt. Eroded blackstone. Calcite is very subtle, but put that one in there. Eroded cobble. Dark prismarine. Sure, why not? Eroded deep slate. Diorite. Dripstone? I mean, yeah, I could. Granite. Nether brick. Rack. Obsidian. Smooth stone. Tough. Bricks. One left. Boink. Now, obviously, I need recipes for all of those and all of the things, but I can do that off camera. I'm not going to sit and code. I'm not going to sit and code like 50 different patterns and have you guys just standing here like, oh, here's this pattern, here's this pattern, here's this pattern. That would be kind of annoying. So I'm not going to do that. Yeah, and then all of these will basically like push into a single white chest. Rather than having 50 white chests down here, you just have one, and then they all push. And you could even push it in with like a hopper line, hoppers going into one another. But one of the things I've learned is hoppers themselves, if you have a lot of them, if you really rely on a lot of them, they are really inefficient. And on the YouTube side, I miss playing Minecraft with the ME system. Oh yeah, like you don't play Minecraft with the ME or the. Did you say ME system? What's ME? Are you talking AE? Applied Energistics? The ME system. ME. I'm assuming you mean AE, but I could be wrong. You could literally mean what you say. Okay, now we're gonna really go. I don't know. I don't have the goggles. What are the goggles? DOG goggles. What does the remote lens do? Vejas, do you know what that does?
Remote lens.
Remote lens. Use on a conductor wearing goggles to bind. Remote lens. It's almost like, I don't know. Honestly, don't know what that's for. Actually get into a grid system that I can use. Engineer's goggles. And here. I have to put it there. Fortunately, I have to lose my helmet because of the stupid thing. So yeah, those are actually taking 1024 SU at the speed. This can make 16,000. I can have 16 of these. I heard litter box noises. Yeah, I heard litter box noises.
Oh, is that the ME cables?
Are those these?
Or the
Bluix
interface?
ME glass cable? Yeah. ME stands
Yeah.
in the context of the AE system. ME stands for mass energy. It's the AE system is a mass energy converter. So applied energistics is a mass energy converter. It swaps mass and energy. So ME is mass energy. And it's the AE system. All right. Let's do a few more. Oh no. But yeah, AE has been around for a long time. Which version are you playing that you don't have it? Yeah, I've been wanting to set this kind of system up for a while now. So we can look at my little thing here. So I know there's etched. What do you want? Very vocal. She's a little baby. She just cries all the time. Okay, so there's sanded. There is. We did sanded. We did weathered. Some of these are only available, and some of them are not available. So, like, etched is another one. Etched is one that's pretty universal. Sanded, polished, eroded. So there's polished. So etched, polished. Trodden might be a good one. No, trodden. Let me take a look at this one and see. Oh, that's okay. Etched, polished, trodden. Rounded, cracked. Done it the hard way. Industrial clause or calculated. Whoa, that's pretty crazy. After a 2-hour mining session, along with about a 30-block radius of our makeshift base. Jeez. Rotary craft. I don't know. That's not one I've ever played with. Rotary craft. I mean, there are still a couple mods here and there that can do damage like that. Not many. But you know, it's not zero. Okay, let's do filter. Grab some more filters. Okay, so we want this. Let's do etched. Lapis. Dirt. Clay. Mud. Mud. Not going to do ancient debris. That would be ridiculous. Blackstone. Calcite. Cobble. Dark prismarine. Deep slate I definitely want. Diorite. Endstone. There's so many of them. Look at all of them. Oh my goodness. I might have to have 2 etched. Yeah, why are there so many etched in here? Oh yeah, mismatch voltage. Yeah. I've been pondering whether to do something like that for vintage engineering. My next push in vintage engineering is going to be MV tier. So it's like, do I make it so the machine just doesn't do anything, or do I make it explode? Right? I think people are from either camp, whether or not which one of those to choose. Sandstone. Sandstone and endstone are so similar. I don't think we need both. So rather than sandstone would be easier to get. So let's make it sandstone. So there's stone, tough, bricks. That's 1 etched. Oh man, did I? Okay, good. I forgot to click the button. So this chest will be etched blocks 1, just in case. Right, just in case I need another one. There. Go. Next filter. So the etched ones are done. That wasn't a filter. Polished. I have a feeling, yeah, there's a lot of these. Polished granite. Although I gotta make sure to verify. Polished granite. Polished diorite. Polished andesite. Polished slate. Polished basalt. That might.
Right back.
Welcome back. Polished dirt.
Sounds legit.
That sounds totally legit, right? Oh man, all the wood. All of the wood has okay. Well, we can't do all the wood. Can't polish all the wood. That'll have to be a different. Polished andesite, polished basalt, polished blackstone, polished calcite, and I did deep slate. Yeah, polished deep slate, polished deep slate. Huh. I'm not gonna have both. Hobbled. Makes polish. Where's this one? Deep slate. So one is from cobbled, one is from normal. That's fine. Texture-wise, they're not too different, so. Look at all of them. Oh, I need this filter to be like twice as big. Haven't even gotten to the blocks that I actually use. Polished stone, granite. Although we already have polished granite. Definitely not going to do polished those. Polished stone, we did that. Polished tough, I've definitely been using that. I have blackstone in here already. Holy cow, there's this polished cut bauxite. But the cut stuff, I really don't think we're going to be building. Polished tough. Polished mud bricks. The last one. It's literally what this building is made out of. Right? mud bricks. Okay, so this one here. So what I can do is I can come up, grab one of these filters, take it to the pattern thing, encode all of the patterns, come up here, put the filter back, and dump them all into there. So this one is going to be polished stone. Like that. Okay, now I can put that away. Now trodden, I really don't think there's a lot of troddens, but I could be very wrong about that. I am. Although these are not as good. There's the when you're trying to mix and match textures, you don't want really like loud textures. I guess these are rough. I don't have any trodden. Yeah, well. Dad, what are you doing? Get out of the box. Wood scrap. I didn't even think about using that as a box.
Oh man.
Literally a box of like wood scrap. I'm trying to get into. Like, nope. No peeing in the box of wood scraps. Thank you. This is not a litter box. Then she meows at me like, "What do you want?"
But I want to. Come on, human.
Yeah. Just like. She gets up to stuff. She is very good at pushing buttons.
Yeah.
She's just like the other day. I heard a weird sound. I looked over and there's a lot of duct tape on the ground, and she will turn her nose up at treats when I get her treat. She only likes certain ones, and I'll throw a treat and she'll just like sniff it and just like nope. And yet I was looking over, I heard a weird noise. I looked over and she was licking the duct tape on the floor, and I'm like, really? You really? Rod. Stone. Tough. The difference between the borderless tiny bit lighter in color. Okay, now trodden blocks. And ooh, wait, there we go. And we're making headway. This is 5. Remember, I there's going to be a minimum of 8. But probably a couple extra because, like wood variants, there's some wood variants that don't exist in stone, right? These ones here are like pegged, or yeah, I think they're pegged or something like that. Yeah. Pegged. I know pegged means something different. What is in a mood today? What do you want? Cold. Probably wants like one of us is her little my bedroom door open so she can crawl under the covers. So like there's cracked. Yeah, so like the mud, these are very different. There's some very different textures between these two buildings here. I wish the microphone to pick that up. What? Just.
I mean, I heard the meow.
Oh, now she's licking her butthole. Okay, thanks, God. Eroded. So we have etched, eroded, rounded, I think offset. And then over here we have like rough. But some of these I can manually do, but mainly I wanted to get a set for the system here so I can actually build these. So mainly I'm going for eroded, sanded, weathered. We should do weathered. Yeah, let's go do weathered. Yep, let's go do weathered. The other main one I want. Sanded, eroded, weathered. Okay. Yeah, if you haven't played if you haven't played in 10 years, I would highly recommend it because it's, there's a lot that the game and a lot of mods, like the create mod and all the create add-ons themselves are crazy. And there's a ton of other mods that are just, there's a lot of quality of life stuff that a lot of mods have been doing. You know, once a mod like AE exists for so long, they don't want to necessarily just keep adding stuff because then it would just get unmanageable. It would get so big. But they have, like, AE now, compared to 10 years ago, AE now inherently supports fluids, right? Out of the box. They have fluid cells and all of that. So, like, there's a lot of stuff that AE can do now that is, it's just massively awesome. Okay, so let's look at weathered blocks. Just pick and choose weathered clay, andesite, salt, calcite, deep slate. what borderless means. I just don't, like, no idea. In there. There's a big amount. There's all of the tough versions, like all of these. I was pondering. Whoa, that was a rubber band. Like, yeah, I was pondering whether to have any, like this. The weathered one might stick out too much. Same with the polished. The polish kind of sticks out. I was going for something a little bit more subtle. And you have the eroded and the sanded. Those are good, but yeah, the weathered might be better than the polish. The polish has that hard border on it, and it really sticks out. All right, so the next thing I want to try, something I've never done before, is I want to get a schematic of this facade as it is now, and I want to try and build it around on these other three sides, right? Which is kind of why I designed this in a way. This is going to have to change here. Nope. Don't want to override that. So this facade here, I want to copy and then paste on all these three sides. And Create, amazingly, even comes with a feature to do that. The schematic cannon. In days gone by, if anybody remembers, Buildcraft would have a way to do that. Buildcraft had a way of taking a schematic and building something. But Buildcraft is one of those mods that deserves like a shrine, because it was one of the early tech mods that had a lot of like really cool features. Anybody remembers the quarry for it that actually had the arms that would go out?
Oh yeah.
Like it would actually like go through line by line and mine it all, and yeah, stuff like that. I mean, Buildcraft was really crazy. It was an amazing mod, and I miss it terribly. But it also introduced those oil geysers that I replicated as an homage to Buildcraft. I replicated those in Vintage Engineering, and then I got a bunch of people saying, "Hey, how do we disable these? I don't like these geysers around." I'm like, I just can't win. You know, you do a cool feature, you get something going, and people still bitch and moan about, I don't want this in my world, it's too distracting. It's like, oh my god, really? Anyway,
it's kind of funny because we're already to the point. I at least I think we are, where kids or people are having kids, and they used to play Minecraft when they were kids.
Yeah, we're at second generation. Yeah, we're 100% a second generation Minecraft. Yeah,
crazy.
I mean, look at me. One of my kids is in the game right now.
Yeah.
Well, did you play it when you were a kid though?
Well, when he was a kid,
when it came out,
10, what was it, 2009? It came out.
2009.
Yeah, I think it was 2009. I'm pretty sure, but I could be off by a little bit.
16 years.
Yeah, 16 years ago. I didn't play it when it first came out. I played it after it was out for a few years. But I heard about it. I heard all the stories about it. Okay, so the schematic
Back
cannon.
in my day.
We are going to need some things and stuff. Schematic cannon itself needs a dispenser, which needs a bow. I'm not going to automate this just because it's literally build one of these. And I know Vejas built one on my own. Then we need a schematic table. And then we need an empty schematic. What is this? Used for saving structure in your world. What is this? Save instruction in your road to NBT. Oh, so schematic and Quill writes it to disk. I won't do that yet. And I'm pretty sure we need a clipboard. From what I've seen other people do a clipboard. Okay. See if I get this process good to go. Empty schematic. Now we want I'm gonna get some coarse dirt. There's a reason I'm using coarse dirt. If anybody can guess the reason, and bonus points.
That means danger.
Well, it's behavior that's out of the norm, which worries me.
Yep.
Oh, I hear puking noises. That's great. Yep, that was great. Thanks.
Oh no.
Must have been a pretty good one.
Yeah. That or she got into something.
Well, it could be one cause the other.
That's fair. In fact, I'd say that's likely. Yeah, poor
Yeah.
kitty.
I just enjoy the fact that nobody gives him sympathy because he has to clean it up. It's just like, oh, poor kitty.
I mean, yeah. Did you feel bad for Buggy too?
No, you don't. It's okay.
Okay.
Hey, I gotta deal with this crap all the time. I got 5 cats.
My sympathy has been overruled. It's true, yes.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
I mean, if you've ever had a hankering for, any particular type of food, duct tapes in there too. Yep. Yeah, yeah. Hairball retrieval. It's a good point.
Hey, why not?
Here I am out working on my railroad. Go, great. I'm way out here. Now I gotta go all the way back. I find a village. And the waystone has been taken.
Oh,
Oh, there's a village dead east of you that has a waystone. Like 200 blocks east. That's why that one was taken.
Okay. Oh, yep, there it is. Yay!
so are you linking the villages together as you lay your railroad, Snicker?
No.
Okay.
No. Actually, I was just going out that way for snits and giggles, and was just gonna see what was out there, if there was anything good. And the only thing I came across was Badlands, and I was like, I don't know if I want to do that. So I decided to come back to base to make a structure compass so that I could maybe go look for a
Here, come over to me. I have one. I'll give you mine.
mansion. Dark oak mansion. I don't want that. There we go. Cancel.
So what was the deal there, Buggy?
Oh, there was a couple piles of hurl on the carpet.
Oof.
So yeah, she
We were wondering if you might have found a mess that
Oh yeah, I had to clean it up.
I meant another mess, like, she got into something and you had to clean that up, and that's what
No,
caused
no,
confusion.
it
Okay.
was about a day and a half of worth of food that she just
Oof.
reversed course.
Hook tui.
I can't see if I have all of it because the way that Minecraft works, it's just horribly bad.
Of course, the structure I want to find is the opposite direction to the way my tracks are going.
Of course.
Oh my, what? Quit hitting shift, for God's sakes. If I could just stop hitting shift, that would be great. I can't tell what's the corner because it's off the goddamn screen. How do people do this? Oh, that's way too much.
If you just
There
get
we
it
go.
set at least to like one of the dimensions set, and you hold down, I think it's Control, and look at
Yeah.
a face and use the mouse wheel.
Okay. It's set. Now what do I do? Select screwdriver points using right click, hold control, and select the other location. Control scroll on the face to adjust the size. Okay. And then do I put it into the table? Do I need to do anything with it?
You gotta click again to finalize it.
Right click?
On the
You
thing,
say
so,
click,
yeah.
it could be many things.
I think it's a right click.
Okay, there it is. Okay. Lower tower base. Save. Okay.
Now I need a blank schematic.
Empty schematic.
That's what you use the table for. Load the schematic onto that one.
Right, but how do I do I load it and then place it, or do I?
Yeah, you put the schematic in the table, and the empty one.
Okay.
Select whatever schematic you want it to become.
Now, how do I rotate it? Can be positioning the tools on the screen. Right click. Using the tools on the screen. I don't. Oh, can you not? Oh, yeah, you can rotate it. Clockwise. I want to rotate it. Scroll. Clockwise. No, I want. Stop putting it up there. Why are you not? I just wanted to rotate it. I love after I clean up the carpet, she goes and tries to like bury what I. It's like, really, cat? What are you doing? Her poor little brain. How do I? Move XZ. Oh, there we go. Move on position. Why can I want to go down? No. Control squirrel wheel. What in God's name? Position. This is just not intuitive. How do I re-anchor this shit? Like, it's anchored up in the sky for some reason, and I cannot, for the life of me, figure out how to anchor this thing somewhere else. Okay, and then there we go. Okay, we're slowly getting there. That's better. Okay. Oh man, did I miss? How did I miss the blocks in the back? All right, I got to start this whole damn thing over again. Schematic and Quill. Open folder. Oh my god, I'm just gonna straight up delete that because that's bad. I cannot believe that I missed that. How did I miss that back face? Okay. Apparently you can't reset these. No, cannot reset these. Always helps to have the right grid available. Here, trash. Okay. More? Now, that got the bank now. That is important to get that back there. Even though I could just redo that fairly easy with the wand. This is all good here. So let's do this again. Tower, lower face. I don't know what this save and upload. Where does this upload? Save and upload immediately. I don't know where that gets uploaded. So I'm not going to pick that. Let's get the schematic out. Tower lower face. Here. Load it. We're going to try to do this. Do this. Rotate. Move Y. Okay. Now we have this set. Okay. I'm hoping. Do I need to do anything after I have it placed? It's placed. It's ready to go. Hold left Alt to focus. Okay.
Once you got it placed, you put it in the cannon. You
Okay.
have to have chest next to it with items and gunpowder.
Put in the cannon. And then we can put a clipboard here. And this will tell us what we need. We're going to cancel that. We're going to cancel all of that. We're not going to do any tanks and all the gubbins there. We're not going to do trash can. We're not going to do the salvaging table or the smithing table or the torches. So let's get chest. We could use a backpack too, I suppose. Gunpowder. Printer. Don't replace solid blocks. I don't want it overriding any blocks. Skip missing blocks. Okay. Now we have to look at this. Weathered tough.
That's funny.
Vertical striped red glass. Trodden tough. Soul torch. That was a lag. Don't need the smithing table. Sanded tough.
Be right back.
What's going on down here? I don't think we have sanded stone in there. Red wool. Got plenty of that. Purple wool. That, that, and that is done. Red wool is done. Purple wool is done. Polished tough. That's done. Polished blackstone wall. How many of those do I need? 36. That's done. Polished blackstone bricks. Those. Yeah, none of this stuff is automated yet, but polished blackstone bricks. Those are done. Polished blackstone brick stairs. I don't think we need that many, but there it is. Framed. Yeah, the framed stuff, a little bit different. Glowstone dust. Again, if anybody didn't know, you can apply glowstone dust to a framed block and it will emit light. And apparently the chromatic cannon automatically does that for you, which is glorious. Glowstone. Now the framed blocks, it doesn't apply the texture to the framed blocks automatically unless they've fixed that. I don't think we're gonna actually use the cobble. Maybe it will. Cobble's done. Eroded tough. I need 69 of that. Glorious. That one's done. Okay. Framed double stairs. Let's look at frames. Framed. Framed vertical double stairs. There's framed double stairs. No, that's slope. Nope. I don't do any slope stuff right now. Pretty sure this and this. Framed double stairs. Where is this? Might need some of these. Definitely need some of these. Frame double stairs. Like, not very many of them. No idea where those are in the grand scheme of things. Oh, they're probably no. I actually don't know where those are, but whatever. Those are done. Those are done. Those. Framed wall. Those in there. Those are done. Framed stairs. Regular old plain framed stairs. Those are done. Those are done. Framed slab corner. I think was this? No. Ah, yeah. Okay. And that's those. All of those. All of those. Banners. Right. Purple and red banners. Red banner. We get lots of these. Because remember, I'm going to do this 2 more times, so I'm not being so exact with my. Man, purple, dye, purple. Dye, purple. Banner. Done and done. There we go. All of the things. All of the things are done. So what? Replace solid blocks. Yeah. Skip missing blocks. Protect block entities. Go. I didn't know this thing made a sound. Literally every time I've seen somebody use this in a video, it doesn't make any sound.
Weird. I suppose maybe just because it's so repetitive, or
They probably mute it and
yeah.
And yeah, it's going the speed. Polished blackstone bricks. Yeah, I know of the somewhere there's a config setting that allows you to change the delay, the tick delay of the cannon, because it's every 20 ticks by default, I believe. The fact that it works at all, programmatically speaking, the modder in me, the programmer in me, looks at a feature like this and is like, there are so many crazy edge case variables to try to track, right? You have first of all, you have the type of block, which could be any number of things. Then you have the orientation of the block, the metadata or NBT data. the stairs, the orientation of the stairs. This is one of the things I remember back in the day. Buildcraft, the Buildcraft schematic system would routinely like wreck like stair orientation. When you would rotate like the schematic, the stairs, like it wouldn't actually be smart enough to do that. So like little things like that are a nightmare programmatically to solve. I mean, it is rough. But yeah, the create one, as far as I've seen, like I've seen Spieve like build huge like ships full of like all sorts of details and framed blocks and all sorts of things. And the cannon like is just rock solid. It's so good.
I'm back.
I can't even imagine how they did it.
Welcome back. Yeah.
And I just realized it's filling in the framed blocks.
Oh yeah, a good point.
Those framed glowstone in here. These are framed blocks. They must have fixed that, because every video I've ever seen of somebody building something with a schematic cannon, they have to go back in and fill in the blocks after it's done. Maybe when it gets to the windows. I think the other major one is the windows up on the upper area. No, but it did. Well, let's see. Let's go over here. Oh yeah, it did all of these. Although that one must be one that I missed. Yeah, that's why. Yep, I missed it. So we can take this out. We can put this in here. And red wool. All right, let's see. Although, yeah, it should place the. Is it going to place the banners? The red banners should go right here. I had to put them in there. Interesting. It didn't place the banners. It didn't place any of them. Maybe it's going to do it right at the end. Maybe those details. Because sometimes you have to have the block there, and then you can put the detail in. But I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it's going to miss. Maybe it's going to miss the banners altogether, which is not a big deal. In times past, I've had to literally manually copy a facade and make sure I place the right blocks in the right places in the right orientation. Having it do it all automatically is much better. Oh yeah, they fixed framed blocks. That is crazy. Can you imagine the amount of code that it took to apply specifically to that mod? Because so many people used the framed blocks mod as a decoration. That is amazing. Yeah, all of Foxy's builds in his previous series, he had to go through. He had huge buildings that all were built from framed blocks, and he had to go through and manually put the framed blocks in. That's crazy. It's automatic now. Again, massive amount of code. Is there a way to reset the schematic? Although I probably could use the same schematic that's in there right now and just reorient it. Go around to this side. But yeah, that saved me a huge amount of time. Now, are we gonna get? Oh, there it is. Yep, it waited till the end to put in the banners. That's amazing. Look at that. It's all done. Schematic cannon finished. Glorious. Oh yeah, it spit out the empty schematic. Okay, excellent. That is really cool. Look at that. And yes, there's like, I wanted to have this be a little bit taller, and then move all of the gubbins in here. Things in here, up there. Make it seem like pillagers come in here and be like, oh, there's nothing in this building, right? And then they leave, not knowing. Actually, elevators.
Yes, sounds legit.
Okay. Wow. I won't do the other two sides because of reasons. I just wanted to do this on camera, and show, hey, this is how this works, right? Because yeah, I'd have to go through and make sure that redo the clipboard thing for the next facade, make sure to round it all out. But I also want to make sure to put all these recipes in so we can just automatically craft. But you might be asking yourself, well, rather than like explicitly saying, hey, I want X number of, like manually triggering the craft, let's, for example, cover what I was thinking of in keeping those in stock. I think that there is an extended interface. Yes. There's an extended interface. Let's do one extended interface. And I'm just kind of spitballing this right now. We're going to do tough. Nope. Processing recipe. Eroded. Well, let's put. Gonna take a couple minutes for all that to go. Actually, let's put this. Okay, so these don't need to be very fast. So we go up, extract, and we go here, and it should take that, same like this. Up, extract. I needed to do that because the AE system, when I set up the craft, the AE system needs to know when it's done because it'll just sit and hang in one of the CPUs and not finish if I don't do it. Okay, processing recipe. We go tough, eroded tough, regular tough, craft. 64 of these to 64 of these. Then we go over here and eroded blocks. Boink. Just like that. Which makes it eroded tough. Now we want to keep some of these in stock. And this is why I wanted the extended interface. Because this, an extended interface is an interface with a larger config inventory, right? So you have more block options in an extended interface. And I think you can even have a higher capacity, right? So this is how I'm thinking we're going to do like a keep in stock sort of system. We are using 14 channels on this, so we have plenty of wiggle room. And I think let's just test this here. Interface. Config page 1, page 2. So we have 4 different, that's 36 things that we can do in here. And I believe if we do tough, eroded tough, the one thing we can craft. We go 64 here. We put this away, it'll appear in here. And if we want, let's say 256. Oh, I thought we could have 64. Or I could have sworn. Huh. I could have sworn we needed. What was the extended AE that you could actually do that with? Anybody? Oversized interface. That's the thing I was thinking of. Same amount of slots as an extended interface, but it can hold 16 times more slots. Okay, this is what I was actually going for. Wait, what was in that? What was the auto crafting? The last person to set a pattern. Should never ever do a pattern. Never ever add patterns to this. Because if I don't, if keep one person accessing this, I don't know. I guess I didn't look at it. I would have it's only up for a couple frames. I would have to go. What is that? Ingredient buffer. What is this? A storage block that can hold 36 types of anything. Weird. Okay. Let's do that. That's an extended AE thing as well. Not sure what use that would be. Oversized interface. Oh. Okay. Now, if we put this here, and we put this here, do we see it? We do not. Huh. So we literally need like a storage bus. Right? Unfortunately, this is going to take a channel and this is going to take a channel. And a storage bus is going to be extract only. God, I don't know. Is there a better way to do this? So this thing will trigger the craft. So we want to set 256, right? And then we want a crafting card in here. So this will literally craft until it meets what it needs. And then this will see, once we get it hooked up, let's put a cable anchor in here. Just, I don't want this to be connected. There. So now, if we look at tough, you can see this thing. We can actually see the tough that's in there now. Oh yeah, and then this. I thought there was a crafting card. There was a way to do this that made sure. Yeah, there was a way to do this that. We look at example setups. Interface auto stocking. Storage bus can be filtered. No, where was it? Here is one. Here's might have been what I was thinking, but this has a level emitter, and yeah, the crafting card, redstone mode, no crafting behavior set to do not use stocked items. If the interface can automatically do it, this uses fewer channels. The one I was just had added 3 channels. This was only 2. So you can see this finished. It stocked. It used it. And then it stopped. And we are able to see it. And if we take some out, this will drop and it'll craft some more. So, I mean, it works. And then basically we have one of these and we just put like 8 of the tough berries. Howl. Wozniak. Welcome. And thanks for the sub. So yeah, the only downside is you need a storage bus for every interface. I was really hoping that extended AE would allow to not only stock something, but then report that the thing that you have in. I do think that there's another AE add-on. I downloaded or I installed the All the Mods 10 pack mainly just to look, because it's a 1.21, so it's the next version. Create has not been updated yet for 1.21, so there's no Create mod or any of the add-ons obviously for all the mods. But mainly I look at it to see like how they do scripts, because there's so little documentation about like the Cube.js script system and how you interface with all these. The only way I can learn is to see the people who do it and how they solve the problems. So I was looking through all the mods that they have on all the mods, and they had some really good ones in there. Ones I didn't even know existed. And I was like, oh. And granted, it's 400 something mods in that, and there's just too much. They're like, I typically don't have any magic mods, like ours, stuff like that. Britannia I've done 100 times. Ars Nouveau is really good. Everybody loves Ars Nouveau. It just doesn't interest me. I'm just not. You need a book, and everything is involved with the book. And I just don't. The only magic mod that I actually truly enjoyed was Astral Sorcery. I loved Astral Sorcery. It was just it was small enough and cool enough. It was just beautiful. Plus, Astral Sorcery was really cool because it gave you something to do at night. Right? You had to do most of that mod at night, which is when most people just sleep through the night and go to the day, right? Nighttime, so it had like not the rituals, but like those setups where you had the mirrors and you had like, it was so good. It upsets me that the author of that never updated it at all. And nobody else has like taken up the mantle, because I loved the hell out of that. If I knew Java, I'd be tempted to update it, but I don't know Java. I hate Java with a passion. I don't like Java at all.
You know Java well enough to know you hate it.
I've seen enough code. You know, looking at mod. Looking at Minecraft mod source, and it's like, no thanks. And C# and Java are very close to one another, but C#, there are things about C# that are just so much better. So if I need too terribly many of these oversized interfaces with storage buses, one of the reasons I did it this way is I can just plug this right into here and get another 64 channels. So there's a large number of channels that I could pull off of this simple controller. Each one of these faces, so these 4 faces in here, each one of those you could put a PTB on. Like, there's thousands of channels you can pull off of this thing. Just this little one like this. So most people would never even use all of those channels. Not even with a default like 8-channel Bluex cable and 32 channels per dense. Like, still wouldn't use them all.
What about Thaumcraft?
Thaumcraft I did enjoy. I liked the big infusing setup where you'd have the tendrils of the essences. And I did like, to a certain extent, the essence process. But it got to the point where, like, I don't know if it was through like feature creep or what, but it just became rough. Some of those really high level essences took a lot of grinding. To get to. So yeah, I did like Thaumcraft. I thought Thaumcraft was fun and interesting. And apparently, like a while ago, the team behind Thermal Expansion basically inherited Thaumcraft and announced that they were going to try to port Thaumcraft, which is crazy because it is a unbelievable amount of work. So more power to them, and I hope they do it because it would be freaking great if they could get Thaumcraft for newer versions of Minecraft. And of course, as soon as they put out, let's say they do a 1.21 version, as soon as they put that out, there would be a line of people going, "Hey, are you going to backport this to 1.20, 1.19, 1.18?" It always happens every time I look at a mod. And I look at a page and I look at the comments. It's like, can you port this? And it's like, as a mod author, I can tell you, if you're working on the newest version of something, the last thing you want to do is work on the old version of something, right? You want to keep pushing forward and using whatever is new. Backporting something, nobody's interested in doing that. I can guarantee you. So stop asking. If you're one of those people, stop asking. Just enjoy what you have.
Buggy, can you port this mod pack back there?
Yeah. Even when you release a mod, and I run into this with Vintage Story, you know, I release a mod like my Random Things mod, and Random Things just has a bunch of random things in it. And so I put that mod out, and immediately somebody was like, "Can you do a version of this mod without this individual specific feature?" And I'm just like, "No." Just delete the file. Like the whole point of like you put a minimal amount of effort in and you will be much happier. Get a mod, go through it, pick and choose what you want out of it, and delete the rest. Or ignore it. Like, one of my arguments with my Vintage Story mods and people who are nitpicking individual features was like, Minecraft modders don't do that. Like, Quark, extended utilities, even AE, these big mods that have a huge amount of features, nobody uses all of them. There's a ton of these things that nobody uses all of them. They just ignore the rest of the features. Just ignore them. Right? So somebody was like complaining about my flexible tools mod. And they're like, "Can you just put out a version of this that doesn't include this or that tool?" And I'm like, what? Just don't craft them. Like, what? Do you not have, like, do you not have self-control? Just don't craft the things you don't want to use. You don't have to have a mod that doesn't include the feature. The Quiet the Voices, the new version of Flexible Tools mod, allows you to use a config and disable, right? You can disable the individual tools that you don't want, right? So you can disable the vein or the World Eater. You can disable the Rock Sniffer individually. Because I was like, yeah. Anyway, I digress. This is kind of how I'm going to solve this. Now, I covered the Void Miners and the shenanigans with the Void Miners. There's a reason why. There's a red ender chest, right? And I have another one in here. And a whole another Void Miner, a Rosarium top tier Void Miner, ready to go. Is reasons. If we use a lot of quartz, right? Well, there's a lot of quartz. I don't know how much quartz we have. We have 1,700 blocks. That's not bad. 7,000 quartz. I mean, that's a decent amount. But any major build is going to use, like, my cathedral, when I usually build it, like, uses thousands of quartz. Although with my newer design philosophies, we're definitely going to be experimenting a little bit into Vintage Story when we do get into that again. But like, this one is off because it uses 257,000 RF. So the other thing I want to do is work towards going about 5 hours. I want to work towards mechanism reactors, and we're going to need a location kind of away from where we are, maybe on this train line that we have. So maybe
just about to say, I'm building a really long train line.
Why it doesn't need to be hundreds of miles away. It just needs to be not right on our doorstep. Because if we do get nuclear spillage, I would just clear it out via command. Like I'm not gonna mess about with radioactive stuff, destroying everything that we have. But I want to make sure that if it does happen when we load into the world, we don't instantly die. That would be bad. So it doesn't, if you build it right in the middle of your base and then you log out and then something happens and then you log back in and there was a badness, you just die, right? And you get kind of in this death loop. That
When my oldest gets back on, you should ask him about that.
It happens. It happens.
Hunter was very mad at him for several days because Hunter spent hours and hours leveling up villagers. And he logged in and they're all dead.
So whose fault was it? Was it Junior's fault?
Yeah.
So what happened? Did it just overheat? Like,
ran out of water? It wasn't pumping water in fast enough.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to load water unbelievably fast into those things, which is why I buffed the mechanical pipes. Yeah. I doubled the pump rate of the ultimate mechanical pipe, to 64 buckets per tick, which is a lot. That reminds me.
Well, my train line is intended to go out to an ancient city and a mansion, but anywhere along the way, you can just pick a spot.
I don't know why I have to hear that. Yeah. So the sinks are the bestest for water. I mean, I was just looking at like maybe just straight west from here. It doesn't need to be miles and miles away.
Oh, well, never mind. Somebody wanted to say hi, but now she walked away.
Hey, come say hi. Don't come here and say it.
Hi.
Hi.
Buggy. Hi, Buggy.
Oh, hello there.
Hello.
That's so cute. They grow up so fast.
Yeah.
Okay, and then so the uranium. Anybody out there? I really wish that I could like get into Foxy's little circle. I'm on his Discord server, and oh my god, is it like?
All right, I gotta go. Later.
Later.
Like when you join his Discord, it's like if you direct message Foxy, you might be banned from. I'm like, Jesus Christ. It's what happens. Like, it's the difference between like a YouTube channel the size of mine compared to like Foxy's is like there's a lot more shenanigans that happen with people when you get like 100,000 subscribers. You get a lot more really shitty individuals. You know, and so it's unfortunate that it is what it is, but yeah. So I would not know. Plus, I mean, I highly doubt he would give me the time of day anyway. Big channels usually don't even, they don't care at all about smaller channels, which is unfortunate because at one point they were small too.
Yeah.
And they probably, when they were small, would have desperately tried to link up with a bigger channel. But anyway, one of these days, you know, after 9 years, one of these days, okay. So, what do you need for mechanism stuff? Well, you need a lot to get mechanism up and running. We have all of the base. I'm going to go down here. We have all of the base infusions, right? These are all ready to go. But mechanism is a lot more about that than this. So they have a ton of machines that we are going to need. So if I'm going to go over here and say, okay, I don't need a lot of these anymore. I'm not manually crafting these systems anymore. These are handy when you manually craft stuff. So I don't know why I had tomato seeds in there. That was weird. Those I don't need, and those I don't need. There. Cleared that up. Glorious. Okay, so we are going to work our way towards my own I mean, it's somewhere in here. I think it's a really dark, there it is, fissile fuel. This right here. Fissile fuel requires uranium hexafluoride. This is the thing, by the way, in liquid form that you can make a dimension out of. But to run, the dimlet, I believe, if memory serves, the dimlet itself requires 500,000 power per tick. Just for that dimlet. That doesn't match like all the other dimlets you might use on a dimension. Just that one. It's a lot of power. It's so much power that if you get too crazy with it, you would actually need 2 dimension things with 2 identical dimension cards to power. So it's spicy, but it would give you an infinite amount of that. You could literally pump it for days and days and days and days. Okay, so we're going to need hydrofluoric acid and uranium oxide. Hydrofluoric acid and uranium oxide in a chemical infuser. And this is a rotary condensator. And this is an isotropic centrifuge. This, by the way, is a incredibly power-hungry machine. The centrifuge, oh my god. It is, especially when you upgrade it. Oh. But this process, this system should give you, once you get through all of this, it should give you more power than you could ever possibly want. Okay, so this makes, so hydrofluoric acid is sulfuric acid with fluorite. And this is one of the reasons why we have fluorite. And this is a chemical dissolution chamber. Okay. And this one is just yellow cake uranium in a chemical oxidizer. I think nope, I don't have that out. Yellow cake uranium is just an enrichment chamber of uranium. We already have an enrichment chamber. Yes, we have an enrichment chamber in here already. Okay. So, sulfuric acid is water and sulfur trioxide in a chemical infuser, which we already have in here, so we don't need this again. Sulfur trioxide is oxygen and sulfur dioxide, again in a chemical infuser. And this is a chemical oxidizer, which, yeah, we already have. And that's sulfur. Any type of sulfur, except for some reason the factory must grow. The factory must grow mod introduces another sulfur, but it's not OR dictionary, or I guess the OR dictionary doesn't exist anymore. Tagged. It's not tagged as forge : dust / sulfur. It's not tagged at all. If we look at sulfur, there it is right here. TFMG, the factory must grow, right? What does this give you? Well, it gives you this sulfur dust, TFMG sulfur dust, which, as you can see, does not have any tags on it. So when we look at the use, there's just literally one use for this stuff. Now you could make the sulfuric acid from this, but you might be able. Zinc sulfate. Yeah, it for some reason the factory must grow did not OR dictionary. Oh, I said OR dictionary again. Did not tag any of the things they introduced. You can only use the mods version of all of that you can't use like mechanism sulfuric acid, which would be really easy to do. But anyway, sulfur dioxide, we did this. Chemical oxide. Okay, so here's all the machines we basically need. I try to break this process down, right? Into steps. Because not all these steps are actually radioactive. I think uranium hexafluoride, fissile fuel I know is radioactive. I'm pretty sure it is. Well, maybe. Is it? No. I think it's after the waste. And that reminds me, we need a radioactive waste barrel. That's going to be important. Just put that in there, just so I don't forget it. All right. Now we have chemical infuser. And that tells me that all of that stuff is automated. When I mouse over this, it turns blue. All of those things are already automated. All right, so there's the chemical infuser. Rotary condensator. We need a basic fluid tank. Amazing that those haven't been automated yet, but there's the tank. Okay, so this one's done already. Rotary condensator. Good to go. That one's done. Isotropic centrifuge. Lead. Yep. Okay, so all of that. Now, is this the right kind of lead? Yeah, see? This lead, for some reason, my lead swapped. I have the thermal lead dust, and for some reason it's making this. But I mean, we do have substitutions, so let's encode this and take out all of this. And I'm going to see if it detects. Yeah, see? We need to take this lead. For some reason, this swapped to this lead. Now I did see in all the mods mod list there is a mod that all the mods uses that tries to unify all of that. And you can set in the config like which mod takes precedent. So I could set like the thermal mod. This is number 1. So any silver, lead, like any like tin, any metals that thermal adds take precedent. And then you can set like a number 2, like which mod like create with its zinc would be the next step down, etc. So I don't know what to do with this lead, but that tells me if we take this out and we do centrifuge, it is going to see it. Okay. It is going to see it. That's good. That's good to know. That makes me happy. Okay, chemical dissolution chamber is just another. Ooh, refined obsidian is one thing I'm not making. So let's look at what. I'm pretty sure that's like an osmium. I need an osmium compressor. Yeah. With refined obsidian dust, we're actually making that already. But osmium compressor comes in 5 flavors. So here, 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 and here. Osmium compressor. I mean, I already have the tier installer. I don't want to clutter up my AE system more than I really need to. So let's do an osmium compressor. Get this. Let's do 10 of these. Do 10 of these. 10 of these. And 10 of these. Now, had I not automated all of this stuff over here, this stuff would take forever and a day to get done. The ultimates are taking a little bit longer because there's many, many, many steps that those have to go through. Okay, so we're going to come over here. Yeah, let's do... And then side config, input, output, let's do extra. Extra is the tank, is the actual osmium. So the extra we'll put on the left. The bottom will be output. Oh yeah, this is top is input. Eject doesn't need to be on. We're going to use laser IO to eject the thing. So, and then the back is energy. It doesn't matter where the energy is and gases. There's just no gas. We're not pumping in gas.
We're not going to be gassy.
We're not going to be gassy. Okay, universal cable. Get it powered. We need an export bus. We need a pattern, not an extended. We really don't need an extended for this. The osmium compressor doesn't do that many things. And then the export bus goes here. And then here, and then here, and here. You can see, all we need to do is feed in osmium ingots into this. Right? So, osmium ingots with a crafting card. Crafting card is use stocked items. So it'll use whatever's there and then it'll craft if it runs out. And that will fill up this thing. And then I mean I honestly how are these set up? Input and out. Okay. I don't actually need eject on. I don't need or laser IO. These are just for the infusion types. We're not doing that kind of system. We don't need that. Although I could put osmium ingots over there and feed them in here, but whatever. I did the thing already. There we go. Osmium is in. Now let's do mechanism upgrades. We have speed and we have energy. There we go. And this should be 8 and 8. Yep, 8 and 8. Can't forget the muffling. Things are loud. They're very, very loud. Okay, now we have the osmium compressor, and now we can finally encode this pattern here. Refined obsidian, which we're already crafting. And that goes right in. Is this distribution on? It is. There. What else can the osmium compressor do? Two things. Refined glowstone, which not really, it doesn't jump out at me as like super vital. Yeah, I don't okay, whatever. That at least takes care of the chemical dissolution chamber, so we can take that off the list. And now we need the chemical oxidizer, which of course uses a dynamic tank and a personal chest. That is good to go. I like putting these intermediates in the system. That way the AE system detects, hey, I've now got that covered. So there's the dynamic tank. I had no idea that this was even a thing. And now all of the things are blue. And I think that takes care of like all the machines to make the fuel that are all automated. Now the actual reactor itself. And this is why I wanted to get this stuff going first, because of how much iron we're going to go. The reactors take a whole lot of iron. Okay. Mech reactor. Okay, let's restock our patterns. Reactor glass. Uses... It really uses enriched iron? That's a different recipe than what it was. Fission reactor and fusion reactor. Interesting. This interesting use for this. There's reactor glass. Reactor casing. It is apparently using a lot more lead than it used to. Makes sense. I mean, lead is used extensively. Fission reactor port. Fission reactor logic adapter. Definitely use these. And then we use there it is. Fission fuel assembly. A ton of lead. Control rod assembly. All sorts of things and stuff have to be crafted here. Do we need to, what else do we need? Got those. Plutonium pellet. Reprocessed fissile. I don't know. What do you use? Oh. Infused with salt gives you 4. Huh. You could put it back into the system and we're almost done. We're almost done, Luce. We're almost done. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. It's a little cold in here. Snowing like crazy last time. I had to clean up after this little beast. He's a beast.
Yeah, little troublemaker.
Yeah. want chin scritches. She looks at me. Chin is like, chin scritches.
Obligatory chin scritches.
Mandatory, not obligatory. Mandatory chin scritches.
Ah, fair.
They're not optional. Okay. I do believe I had this one already done. Ah, have they changed the formulas around mechanism reactors? Because you can make these. I mean, it's a dynamically sized thing. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. You need turbine things. Turbine valve. Turbine casing. Turbine rotor. Ooh, that's a lot of steel. Turbine blade. And turbine bit. Because what apparently Foxy didn't know, if you have a reactor that makes steam, you need a turbine.
Gasp.
Can make, you build it a certain way, you can make it that it doesn't actually consume water. Not a lot of it. The turbine will return the water that it uses. It'll turn the steam back into water. But you need quite a big system. And it's been long enough between my building of these that I have forgotten what good sizes are. Now, if we scope out where to build these, mm-hmm. Let's see if there's a couple. Maybe build it over the water. That way there's water like right here. Kind of where this asteroid would be a good spot. This 2x2 grid. So if I go here, let's say over here, where that is. Literally craft. Oh wow. I actually got you can actually craft the mysterious cube. Not so mysterious. I kind of want to fill this in. Kind of defeats the point of having water right here, but for realism's sake, the edges is going to be here. Oh, geez. All right, that is the area. We're right next to a pillager outpost. What could go wrong? You are free, Golem. There's another one over here. Do this without hitting them. Ooh, carved pumpkins. Need some of these at one point. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look up. I'll have to look up some of the build designs for mechanism reactors because there's a formula that they use for the reactor. Obviously, any information I find could be woefully out of date, but hopefully it's not one of those things that they change too often. I also want to fill this in, curve out the shore a little bit. Yeah, this is just all messy and nasty. I can basically just zone out, turn my brain off, and fill this in, get this looking good. I think we're far enough away from the base. We have a major disaster. You know. Oh, these guys respawn already. Christ, that guy's tough. Oh, he's got a backpack now. Holy jeez, this guy's still. Okay, I'm backing away. Right out loud. Stop that. I just have just a few arrows coming out of me. I even took an arrow to the knee. Oh no. Can't be an adventure. What a horror. Alright, the mega torch should put a stop to that. Having a bunch of pillagers right next to your reactors, probably not a good idea.
Usually.
Trying to think of the best way. Using R2's builder would be easy to fill this in, but try to use cobble would be the easiest thing to do with that. Don't bother doing it manually. There's plenty of options. Really? There's no need to do it manually. Am I muted? No. I'm going to take the builder and do this in about 20 seconds. This whole area. I don't want just the subsurface, because filling it all in will fill in all the nooks and crannies and prevent the water sound. Plus, I want to get all the key. There's just tons of little nooks and crannies in here. You go down here. All sorts of things. But that will be project for the next couple of days. Give me something to do, other than all the other stuff. I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I'm not sure how much I'm going to get done tomorrow. I had to get my eyes dilated and do the whole doctor's appointment. My yearly appointment, of course, has to happen when it's like -10 outside.
Yeah.
Always. I knew the appointment was coming soon. And yeah, I got a notice on my phone like, oh, it's Thursday. I was hoping not to go out at all this week. So fun times. I have that to look forward to tomorrow. All right. Well, that's probably going to do it for today, everybody. We got into Create. We've got some stuff automated. We have a lot of Create stuff automated. Stampy hands, all the stuff. We are going to get, probably next time, I'm hoping to get all the power stuff going. But next time, we might get into some of the stuff I want to experiment with for vintage engineering. It's been a long road to get to this point. But the, I think it's New Age. We go, can we ponder? No, we. So this, I want to examine this little thing is what I want to replicate for vintage engineering. Not sure how to I mean, this is actually programmatically pretty simple because it's all single blocks. Even the coils are single. That alone is straightforward. The brush, this thing here is the thing that manages it. We'd have to figure out some different metals to use for the magnet. You could technically do electrum. In vanilla, electrum would be horribly hard to do because you don't get that much gold and silver. You just don't. So electrum would take a while to build up enough electrum to be able to build something like this. Yeah, this was basically the thing I wanted to replicate for the mechanical 2 power system. And then the power to mechanical, I mean, that could be just a motor. That's fine. A single block motor. That's nothing. And then you could, once you get a foundation going, you could do a gasoline or diesel. All of that is basically just copy and paste a block of code and make a few tweaks, and you've got a different generator. But the mechanical system in Venture Story is one that is just this enigma. I don't know how it works at all. So anyway, yeah, I'm hoping to get a system like that built for next time, and so we can just kind of see and experiment with what it looks like and what it feels like. But anyway, that's going to do it for today, everybody. Thank you all for coming by. And being a part of this lovely journey. And yeah, we got a create system, little fundamental, basic system. It's good to go. But anyway, come back on Saturday where we jump into some of the mods, some of the add-ons for create, and kind of experiment, because the factory must grow is one of the main ones that I want to replicate, or at least the oil processing system. I'm not sure how exactly we can do it. We can talk about and discuss pros and cons. Or I really like to get feedback, is what people's ideas are, what they would look for in an engaging sort of system. I can build whatever, and if nobody likes it, it's like, well, you should have told me what you want. But yeah, we can dive into all that now that we got some rudimentary stuff up and running. So look forward to that. Otherwise, stay warm, have a great rest of the week, and I hope to see everybody back here on Saturday. So please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself today. Comment down below if you have something to say. And yeah, subscribe if you're new to the channel, and consider being a patron or channel member and joining us on these lovely streams. And so yeah, I hope to see everybody back here on Saturday.